I'm going to call this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission to order. It is Tuesday, March 26th at 4:34. Present at today's meeting are John McLaughlin, Stephen Welch, Diane Coombs, Jesse Dutra, TJ Watterson, Abigail Camp, and myself, Ray Pohl. For those of you in the audience, we have a few requests. One is that if you want to record any portion of tonight's meeting, let us know in advance. The meeting is being recorded in its entirety. Two, if you are hoping to have a conversation other than at this table, could you take it out into the hall just so that we can hear what's being said for the minutes? Thank you. Are there any modifications to tonight's agenda, John? There is not.
We'd entertain one item of other business first, which is the letter of concern regarding the proposed addition at 1 North Rock Road. It was a letter which was submitted.
This.
Yeah. So.
You mean just do that first?
Yeah.
Sure.
If the commission agrees.
Well,
So moved.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Very good. May I have a motion, Diane?
Make a motion.
Thank you. All those in favor of Diane's motion to approve tonight's slightly modified agenda?
Aye.
Okay. Is there any public comment at this time?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Approach the bench.
A bench.
The bench.
Okay.
Oh, no.
You should see the other way.
Oh, no. Wow.
Kev, did you get banged up after the sidewalk meeting?
No.
Sorry.
No, I could have though. I actually have two comments.
Yeah.
First, I guess I should ask if it's okay for me to read a comment from somebody who couldn't be here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will start with that, and it is a comment from Hillary Rayport, who is at 89 Main.
And I'm just going to say, you already have all heard this, but just so that we are on the same page with this. Public comment, we can't have deliberation, okay? So Kevin is going to make his comments, and we will hear them, and that's that for now.
Yeah.
And then if we want to, or you want to, put them on the,
We could put it on as other business.
Yeah,
where we-
I understand. And part of this, they're actually both comments regarding the same thing, and I will read hers, but let me just preface them first. That this has come up because the DPW is moving ahead with their sidewalk improvement program, and as of tomorrow night, Judith Chase Lane has been added to the list, and we're just concerned that a lot of these sidewalks are being destroyed. Anyway, this is the comment from Hillary. It says, "Dear Commissioners, it has come to my attention that despite assurances from the March 21st DPW informational session meeting that the downtown sidewalk improvement plan will be paused until it can be reviewed by various stakeholders and concerned parties. The work progress on Easy Street, Broad Street, and downtown sidewalk improvement plan in the old historic district is a reconstruction and redesign of Nantucket's historic streets. Unfortunately, the new sidewalk plan was created by engineers directed to follow the off-island guidelines about pedestrian safety and traffic management. These guidelines, developed by Mass DOT and called Complete Streets, were created for densely populated urban and suburban areas. While Nantucket must have safe and accessible sidewalks, we need to protect our history and our special status as a National Historic Landmark. As a mother, it's important to me and my children and my grandchildren to be able to enjoy the beauty of historic Nantucket, and this includes the lovely details of her historic streets. Well, while the town maintains that streets are excluded from protection, this idea has no legal precedent, and in fact, the opposite has just been found to be true by Massachusetts Supreme Court. Please, I ask you to appeal to the Select Board to halt the reconstruction plan under the downtown sidewalk improvement plan. Instead, let's direct the remaining $250,000 of the earmarked budget to be spent repairing historic sidewalks that desperately need it before summer, and let's dedicate resources to make it a smart plan that is customized for Nantucket and not a cookie-cutter plan from the State Department of Transportation. Thank you, Hillary." That's a long statement. Mine is very similar in that I think I personally think, and a Supreme Court judge has weighed in, that the HDC has jurisdiction over the sidewalks. Town council has advised Libby Gibson and the board and the DPW that they don't have to come here. And I think until that issue is resolved, which I believe that myself included with a group of neighbors are pressing ahead to get our own legal opinion, we just need to stop this stuff from being ripped up. The other thing I want to say is that the work done in front of the club car, this was discussed at the meeting on the 21st. The sidewalk grade was raised 4 courses of brick, which means that the water runoff now is going right into the building because that building outside had been sandblasted. And I heard yesterday that there was up to a foot and a half of water in the building.
Club car building.
The club car building. No, not the club car building, the Pacific Club building.
Pacific Club.
That building is being detrimental, it's being damaged because of the fact that it never had an approval, the owner was never notified. If there's any kind of an emergency work order you can do to get that area restored back to what it was, and this thing's kind of getting out of hand. And I know it's been on your agenda at the end of meetings to write letters and do this, but frankly, it's not happening fast enough, and we need to stay ahead of the curve. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was going to say that it's been on our agenda, but you obviously already know that.
Can I make the suggestion that we hear it next Tuesday under other business or whatever? And that,
Yeah, I think what I'm going to do with John is I'm reading the scope of what we currently have on under other business, which is discussion, information session, Main Street sidewalk and road work. Okay, that's been on for a while. But now you've just mentioned, by the way, I'm not deliberating, I'm just
Yeah.
clarifying.
Happy. Yeah, I'm
You mentioned Judith Chase Lane.
There's Broad
and you
Street
also
and Easy
mentioned,
Street, yeah.
Okay, Broad Street.
I don't know
and
if
Easy. Well, Kevin,
Looks
I'm
like
just,
we're gonna be Thursday.
I want to expand
it's hard, so hard to.
the wording to encompass things that might come up in conversation other than
Yeah.
Upper Main, okay? So let's include Judith Chase, Broad Street, Easy Street, and the work that's already been done in front of Pacific Club,
And,
okay?
yeah.
And so
could I-
then that will keep our discussion very broad so that we can have a more holistic approach to how we're going to deal with it.
One
Can
more thing, just as a piece of information. I did hear anecdotally after the meeting on the 21st, because I asked Jason Bridges, I said, why haven't you gotten with HDC on your agenda? Anyway, at the end of the meeting, after the meeting, I got an email from Matt Fee that said that you guys will be on their agenda on either the 14th or the 17th.
Of April.
Yeah, now that's just unofficial, but you should,
I'm going to follow.
you guys need to ask,
I
you
will
guys need to
follow
ask
up.
them, I
It would
shouldn't
be
tell you what
nice
to
if
do,
we
but,
knew.
but I mean, this, it's gotta start,
Okay,
and
14th or the 17th.
they just can't keep ignoring.
Well, it's
feels
got to
like
be
we're
one
being
or the
ignored.
other.
They're
I mean,
supposed-
because they're
no,
meeting on
they're
Wednesday.
supposed to let
Yeah.
us know. But
Okay.
also, Ray, can
So,
I
anyway,
say
That's all I
Thank you,
have to
Kevin.
say,
Thank you very much.
that the meeting, the first meeting we had with the head of the DPW was in February, and there are quite extensive notes taken of that meeting and what he agreed to do, and I was there. I ran the meeting. It was an HDC meeting because we had more than 3 members here.
Right.
And I think we need to have that HDC meeting notes that we can refer to.
Agreed. Okay.
And the meeting on the 21st is up for viewing. You can get it on, YouTube, the town YouTube site.
Oh,
So-
wow, cool.
It's worth, if you weren't able to be there, it's
Yeah.
worth checking out.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, Diane. So we're going to reword our other business to include those things. Do you want me to say them again?
The current other business?
Okay, so this is the item that relates to the Upper Main Street sidewalk and road work. what I would like to do is have that include Judith Chase Lane, Broad Street, Easy Street, and the work that's already taken place around the Pacific Club building. And further, and this doesn't need to appear in the text, but to Diane's point, I'd like to have whatever was agreed to by the DPW at the first meeting, I'd like to have minutes of that so that we can refer to those.
Because that Hillary was there,
Yeah.
Ginger Andrews
Right.
was there, and she is not only a member of the Pacific Club, but she's on the board.
Oh. So it was discussed.
Yes, it was,
Okay, good.
definitely.
Great. Got all that, folks?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Kevin. Kevin, I guess we don't have any signs, do we? We do? Oh, yeah.
We're gonna
Okay.
address,
Yeah, okay, so here we go. Consent agenda, I need to recuse from that. And let's see.
Motion to.
Well, hang on one second. Does anyone else need to recuse? I want to make
I'm
sure that
also
we have...
recused.
Okay, so you're recused. Anyone else need to recuse from the consent agenda? All right, so you have a 5-person board, you can proceed.
Motion to approve consent agenda.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Very good.
Aye.
Jeff?
Jesse?
Aye.
Okay, great. So that was consent. We have,
Hey, excuse me, I'm opposed.
oh, opposed or abstain?
Abstaining, excuse me.
Abstain.
From consent.
Yeah, okay. So, just for the record, 4 in favor, 1 abstention, 2 recusals. Consent with conditions, 1, 2, 3.
4.
We're doing our rotation now because
Who has to be on that?
I don't need to recuse from that.
No.
So we have 4 regular members right at the moment. Jesse, how about you sit in as the 5th?
Sure.
Okay,
Motion to approve consent with conditions.
very good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. John, abstain, right?
Yeah.
4 in favor, 1 abstention. Okay, signs.
Signs. Number 1, Community Foundation is on hold.
Motion to approve for,
No.
motion
This
to
is,
hold.
let me
There
just,
we go.
What was
let
wrong
me
with
just
it?
tell you why it's being held a little bit so you know. Yeah, they had applied to put a sign on the side of the building that doesn't have a door.
Oh.
And sign guidelines call for signs to be located at or near an entrance because their main objective is to show what the business is, not necessarily advertise it from a distance. They may come back to you with a request to have a door put into the building there for that purpose. So that will be up to you to make that decision as to whether that's appropriate or not. But we felt that, and so that's why it's put on hold, so that they can reconsider that rather than a denial.
Okay, motion to hold for revisions, I guess.
Yeah,
Or
Yeah.
more
whatever
info.
their next steps.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next up.
Renemo at 25 Old South Road was approved with comments.
Oh, great. Motion to approve for sign advisory committee.
Very good. All those in favor?
Aye.
And the next 2 for NAR were approved as submitted.
Accepted?
Straight up.
Okay, a motion to approve NIR per sign advisory.
Don't even need to say that. Just say motion to approve. 'cause
Motion to
there were no
approve.
comments.
With comments, right?
No,
No.
they didn't have. the
As submitted.
As submitted. Thank you,
Okay.
Kevin.
Any more?
Does that?
That's it.
What about the last one?
Well, 3 and 4, that's a motion for
Okay.
both
They're
of
together,
those.
yeah.
Okay? All those in favor of Abby's motion to approve items 3 and 4?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin.
Okay, I'm off this first one, but I do believe you finally have your quorum.
Mr. Chair, would you like to address the letter?
Well, where does that fit in here?
You had moved it up from other
Oh,
business.
I'm sorry. I thought we were just moving it to the head of other business. I don't care. But, all right, so this is a bookkeeping This letter, I believe that you all had an opportunity to read this.
Yes.
Yeah, have a seat. No, sit down. This isn't about you, by the way, but don't bother going. So, okay, so this board approved something, at Swift Rock Road, 1 North Swift Rock Road. So there was a letter that was written that didn't get to us until after the approval was already made. For those of you who, I read the letter. A lot of it actually is not germane to our purview anyway, but I believe that the person who wrote the letter simply wants it entered into the record.
Yes.
Okay, so the way that we do that is just to vote it into the record?
Yeah.
Is that,
Yeah, you can do that if you've all reviewed it.
I've reviewed it.
I read, it was.
Now, can I just ask a question?
Sure.
Does this need to be voted on by the same board that voted to approve that
No,
application?
it's a separate,
Okay.
it's on a separate agenda.
All right, so given that we are now on a rotation, we have 3 associate members, and who would like to sit on this?
I think TJ's next.
TJ, there you go. Okay, so have you all read this letter?
Is it something about swimming pools and how the aquifer is gonna
Yeah.
be affected?
Well, there's a number,
Cesspools and-
well and septic.
Okay,
and,
yeah, I read that.
you know,
Wasn't it, when was it sent? Was it some time ago?
No, this wasn't that long ago, but the way that this whole thing works with notification, a lot of times people don't get their notice until after we've had the hearing. So
Who's it from?
it is from a neighbor at 27 Eel Point Road.
Yeah, what's your name? I might remember.
Well, the neighbors' names are Lisa Berger and Sharon Alexander.
Thank you.
Okay,
Johnny
So-
emailed you that.
Should I make
Oh,
a motion to
yeah,
put it
emailed
into
you a
the,
copy.
to the,
into the record
into the
for the
record.
application for 1 North Swift Rock Road.
what is it, 1 North?
That's,
1,
this is
a
the
motion
application.
to put this letter from 1 North Swift Rock Road into the, file.
Mhm, to the file. Okay, that sounds good to me. All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Any abstentions, objections? No? Okay. All right, thanks for letting us get rid of that. Okay? Okay, so now this one I'm recused from. Who is the board?
This is Coons, Welch, and Watterson.
There we go. You got your board at long last. I don't have to look at that every morning when I wake up.
Soon. Soon.
Okay, and let me just read what they said, okay?
No.
There's just 3 of them, Brooke, Lucy, and Angus. They said in their mind it's not appropriate, and none of them are specific elevations, but down at the bottom it's highly stylized, perhaps flip gable to make more traditional 5-bay or 4 Quaker elevation. Too much brick again, okay?
Too much what?
Brick,
Brick?
brick, because the front,
Oh, hardscape. Okay.
okey-dokey. So what would you like to tell us?
I have heard those comments about the roof. Let me just say, to turn this roof perpendicular, or 90 degrees, that is, to make it look more like a Nantucket shingle, typical Nantucket style house, would not work on this building as it's longer east to west than it is north to south. And that's not something that I think is necessary at all. I think we should celebrate the gable, 7 and 12, and they have done that. And just to remind you, they've made a lot of simplifications to the trim, the pediment, the lower core of the pediment, breaking that up, removing the shutter in the pediment window, simplifying head trim, removing the side lights in the front door. And lastly, per your last request, we made this into a 5-bay, lining up doors top and bottom on the east elevation. I don't see that in your... Oh, yes, I do, okay. Sorry. The door just looks very light. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I don't...
It's not as dark as the grading.
At any rate, those were your last requests to make the bottom windows line up with the tops, being 4 inches wider, 6 inches higher, and again, making it into a 5-bay front facade. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. DJ, do you want to begin?
Yeah, I take note of the changes. I thought the suggestion, I think it was Stephen had suggested.
4-bay.
A 4-bay
Yeah.
front facade, because I'm looking at this east elevation, and while it's an improvement, I think it becomes very busy with the 5 bays. And I think a simple fix here could be to move the door off center and go 4 bays, do 4 bays on the east elevation. And I'm otherwise okay with everything else.
You want to remove
Remove
a
one of
window
the,
on the second floor?
yeah, and a window on the first, and move the door off center.
You want to remove 1 bay.
Yeah, remove a bay.
Oh, like have the door, and by the way, I'm speaking as a neighbor. You want to have a door like in bay number 3 or bay number 2? If
Yes.
it's a 4-bay.
Yes.
Yeah,
Bay
it's
2 or 3.
Yeah.
It's what he presented once before.
Well, kind of, sort of, because if you look at the previous iteration at 219, you have 4 bays up above, front door is still centered with 2 windows on either side.
Right.
So it's almost what you just described.
Almost, yeah. And I think the building is a little quieter that way. Yep.
May I suggest that I think the width of the east facade can handle the 5 bays if we remove shutters? Might that work? And the reason I'm suggesting that is this is
Can we go around? the
programmatically very much,
You're next.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
It's only you.
I do, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I want to get, I'd like to get some procedures when we're doing these. So we speak, the applicant speaks, we speak, and then we maybe go back and forth is what I'd suggest. I think a 4-bay is appropriate. I think the offset is appropriate, offset door on the first floor. And I'm beginning to think, looking at this more and more, the more I see it, the more I'm thinking it, so perhaps we can move it along, that the box cornice is too much, it's too stylized, and a simple rake detail is more appropriate.
I'm sorry, what was the last, the box corner?
This box cornice, as
Oh,
opposed to a simple rake detail.
You mean with the ears?
Yeah, and I mean, it's built out, it's molded and
Too deep.
enclosed. Yeah. So instead of adding more, I think we should be taking some away and getting better balance, which is consistent with previous comments. And then to have it come as a 5-bay with all those shutters is disappointing. The other thing I want to be clear on for the record is wood shutters throughout, as
Yes.
opposed to match existing.
Correct.
Oh, said that, the rules.
Rules and what's on the application and what's on the
Ah.
board different.
Okay. Would you like, you finished then?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If one didn't want, I appreciate the size of the windows that you have increased. I think they look good on that facade. I don't know, I guess you could go back to the way you had it before when you were 4-bay and the front door is a little bit off. I can't see anything else, I think, when you do that, the shutters on the second floor won't look so busy heavy. The rest of the house is shuttered, which is nice. It's not too often that we get one that is all shuttered around like that. I agree with TJ and Steve on taking it back to a 4-bay. And if the corners up here, this is the one you want to simplify?
Yeah, more like what
Yeah,
existed.
what's over there. Right. So, can I have a motion? Can we have a motion to approve through staff? Yes.
If I may just clarify, because I thought we were heading the right direction, and we thought we were. If you move back to a 4-bay, which we had presented several times,
Yes.
and keep the door centered, that's the thing they're interested in. Does that sound?
It doesn't sound like that, Nathan.
You know, it doesn't, because
It
what
sounds like,
that means
it
is,
sounds like a more, and I'm sorry, again, I'm speaking as a neighbor, but
Can I,
If-
may I?
go.
So, yeah, I mean, not a shrinking violet here. Nathan, the issue is that it's a 3-4 bay. It's not a traditional 4 bay. You've got 3 fenestration elements on the first floor, 4 on the second floor. It's an inappropriate design. I know this isn't your design, but I want to be clear for your client
So
who's
do I.
doing the work.
definitely.
So that needs to be addressed. We've made a couple suggestions on how that may be addressed with an offset door on the first floor and an actual 4-bay structure. And then with respect to, through staff, I want to see this personally, before this gets approved.
All right, that's fine. We don't have to do that. Yes.
So I really didn't get to clarify. We have never offset the door.
Correct.
So now we're offsetting the door, say to the right, and making it a 4-bay. That would mean in the first bay to the left are 2 windows, second bay, 2 windows, third bay is a window over a door, right? Yeah. And then the fourth bay are 2 windows. Does that sound like what you're asking for?
I don't know, may I make
Window,
a
window, 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 door, window, window. That's the 4
Sounds
bay.
accurate.
That's a 4-bay.
Yeah.
Is that what?
For everything in vertical alignment? Yeah. And
Yes.
with respect to what's
The
been
center line.
Yeah, what's been offered before, it's an existing structure with an offset entry on the front facade. So this isn't a dramatic change. In fact, it would be more in keeping with what is there and carry that forward. So not only are we going to celebrate the gable on the street, we can celebrate the doorway where it was to some effect. But yeah, just a
I just wanted
4-bay.
to clarify exactly.
I would like to make a suggestion too, please. What would you think of having it a 4-window on the second floor and keep the first floor as it is with the door in the center? So it would be technically a 5-bay down below and a 4-bay up on the top, which
Isn't that what we just presented?
would relieve that. But it would keep the door in the middle.
Keeping the door in the middle, and then having 2 bays on either side.
Yep,
What's above the door?
yeah.
What would be above the door? A window?
It would, no, because that would just keep you back at the
5
5
bays,
bays.
that's right.
So I would see, maybe it would look too bare if you took that center window out without anything above it. You
That's
don't
right.
want to spread those windows any further because they're as far as you can.
That's right.
So, I guess having the door off center, I was thinking, it's not so unusual. My house is a 3-bay and the front door is over to the side, so it works.
This is what I'm hearing the majority would prefer. Is that correct? Okay. I missed that last week, and maybe I should have drawn this sketch because I thought what we were headed for was lining up windows And I made up the fact that since they want the door to stay centered, now that if we move the door off center, I think they can make that work with their program. I'll tell them that this is what you all prefer.
Well, that's not what we prefer, it's what's more appropriate, just to be clear.
Well, what they would prefer is to have it in the center with 5 bays.
But it's not appropriate. So what we're suggesting is what's appropriate, and what they're suggesting is what they prefer.
It's inappropriate 5 bays because, why would that be inappropriate?
I believe that this is inappropriate for this structure to have that much fenestration, the shutters on the front, the door centered as it is relative to the existing structure, the setting within which it sits. And we can do this all night long. I'd rather just make a motion. It's a 4-bay, would be more appropriate. If they want to come back with a 3-bay and float that, we can review it. But as long as you're clear on what we deem is appropriate and not appropriate, that's what I want to make sure before you leave. And,
So do I.
and that's why I'm making the clarification that it's not a personal preference. It's about appropriateness.
Which in fact
Count those as the same thing.
No. There's a distinction.
Is there?
If every member of this board voted on what they prefer,
Yes.
I doubt we'd ever come to consensus because
Correct.
we all have very different views about what we like and dislike. What Stephen is stating is that this board is not here to decide what we prefer. What we're here to decide is what is appropriate in a particular context.
I'm just using that way to get, I'm using prefer as the way to get an appropriate.
Okay, understood. But so
is what
Stephen
this
is
board-
Stephen is telling you he's not mandating that because he prefers that look. He's mandating it because it's more appropriate.
It's more appropriate.
We're suggesting an appropriate solution. If you come back with a 3-bay and it looks appropriate, we can
There you go.
entertain that too. Motion to
I'll,
hold for revision.
Can I sort of run it, this particular thing at that?
Please, Madam Chair.
Okay. So you have some idea.
I do.
We'll have it come back in front of the board before it gets approved. Okay, so we can see what it looks like.
All right.
And we finally come up with what we decide is called for. So can I have a
Yep.
motion?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Okay.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You in, TJ?
Yep.
Oh yeah, you made the
Wasn't there
motion.
landscaping that we-
Okay, so now we got workshop APD. Who's there? Oh, come on up.
You need to do something about the hardscape.
There's a hard.
Yep.
Oh.
Hardscape is next.
You want
No,
them to
no, come sit
follow?
down. They're gonna track.
Okay.
I think.
Are you tracking your hardscape?
Oh, excuse me.
It's hot.
Sorry.
What would you like to
Push
do?
over just for a second. Happy to share.
I got so excited there about having an appropriate elevation. Excuse me.
It's all right.
And I hate to put this in front of you, but that is what's there. I know you don't care for it, but that is what's there.
Who's the board?
On this, we have Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, Oliver, and Welch.
Oh my. How did that happen?
Oh, no.
Thank you.
You sure about?
Watterson or Dutra is alternate.
How did we
Does
get
this
there?
want me to pass, we pass that?
Yeah, yes,
Yeah.
that's
It's
it.
the,
That's it.
and hashtag doesn't have anything to say. Okay.
Oh, no, sorry.
Oh, they do. Hold on. Well, it's the same remark as it was last time. Too much bricks. Too many bricks.
Right, and that's why I'm showing that photo. If you have issue with bricks around the side or the fence coming back and being built as was, those, actually, I'm not sure the fence would be up for grabs at this point if we're just replacing it the way it was. Yes.
Okay.
Later on to be redesigned if they so choose, but it, to me, is only the bricks around the sides and the back that you might revise? They would like to keep the ones up front for now.
I don't know specifically what the rule is, but those bricks exist.
Yes.
And I don't think you have to take them out if they exist and have been there for some length of time. Is that not right?
If you don't touch them.
We have an application for a hardscape, and they're proposing to keep brick there and change other brick.
Right.
That's part of the application. I believe we have an
Yeah,
opportunity to speak on it.
I'm talking about,
That's what
from
I'm,
that
that's what I'm
to that.
referring to also.
I don't know whether it's the amount of work that has to be done gives you the right to change it, or I'm not too for that. Anyways, who would like to start? Abby, are you ready?
I'll start. I remember this now, but even though it is existing, I think it's too much hardscaping, too much brick in front of a building. I can't think of one place, but I can't think of one place that has that much brick all in front of a house, and that will be covered in cars.
New York?
New York, maybe, possibly, but I don't even think so. They don't have any place to park in New York. So I would like to see that that middle section made more green, or a different material, cobblestone and grass, or a combination of Goshen stone or something to
This
alleviate
you're
all that
talking
brick.
about right there, right?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and I understand it's a condo, right? Two.
It is.
So I think the two are appropriate for each car, but not the middle strip. Thank you.
All righty. TJ?
I'm not on this one.
Oh, Steve, you're next.
Oh,
John,
I'll be on it then.
Go on,
Or you
I'm
be on
going
it.
around this way, so you're next, and then
Yay.
John,
Yeah.
and then me.
which way are you going around?
I'm going from Abby to TJ to Jesse to
Okay.
you to John, and then to me. Okay. Is Jesse, you on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of hardscape there. And there might be an opportunity by breaking up the media material to help break up all the brick. And maybe a planting, so the brick landing, that's it, the brick landing, that's at a different elevation than the rest of the parking.
Yes, it's lower by about 18 inches.
So maybe even just putting like a small 2-foot garden bed in front of that brick landing would help soften it up some.
Are you on the front of the building or the sides?
The front, on Pine Street.
Okay.
Because so are they looking to try to park a third car in the middle there, or?
They were. I think now, Madam Chair, may I speak?
Yes. To answer his question,
I just want to head off some of the questions. I think now that they are going to need to get to moving the entry instead of centering it, that being felt as more appropriate, we will be able to put the 2 parking spaces to the left or south of the entry and not have to go to ZBA or planning for curb cuts. So that was the issue, if you recall, that's why we kept it all the way across. So I think if you can see your way to just leaving the brick where it is in the front today, they will probably be with you totally on planting in front of the entry and to the north of the 2 spaces. That's what I'm guessing is going to happen here, is they're going to move the entry and the 2 spaces will go to the south.
So why don't we just hold for revisions?
Yeah, why don't we hold
Okay,
it to
you know
track
what?
of
That makes sense.
your
That makes sense.
decision on architecture?
Motion to hold for revisions?
yeah, we might as well.
I'd like to get comments in.
All right. Will you
Can I have the minutes, please, from the last meeting?
Sorry, Steve.
No, it's fine. Nothing's changed. Thank you. My comments, it would be appropriate to have a single parking space, a traditional fence with gate and walkway. We need a complete plan representing everything that is being proposed. A front yard of brick in front of a residence is inappropriate. And the only thing I'll add is, this may be existing, but this is existing in front of a first floor garage space, not a residence. Thank you.
Okay, so you have an idea of what people are looking for, and I don't see it on the plan, but this little doodad right here, which is a little brick, raised one brick high,
Yes,
I
it
think,
is raised,
to separate
yes.
the parking from the
Yes,
door,
entry,
right?
yes.
That would lend, if you wanted to separate something, it's making a little green sward in
Bay, yes.
there,
Mhm.
which would separate the parking from entry to the door. And,
I have one other comment.
okay, and the other thing, I think, I would like to see this fence in the same, you could just see a bit of it over here, and I drove by. I'd like to see it following this fence.
Yeah, it's a neighbor, so you'd rather.
This is a neighbor's,
You'd rather, yes.
it's facing them.
That's theirs, that would.
Yeah, this is a neighbor's.
That's the neighbor's.
I would like to see that with the same sort of spacing and everything as this one, if we could.
Okay, I'll ask them.
See what
To
they,
do that.
it looks better than,
And you'd rather have this over here as well?
no, because they have it all over
Yes.
there and here. I just think this goes back to the property house,
Okay,
and if it was this kind of fence, a type 2 or whatever,
Right.
it would look better. That's
Yes.
all my suggestion would be. Alrighty, so
I have another comment.
your comment?
A couple, actually. So, just to be clear, with respect to what should be on the plan, is we have a reference to typical fence to be replaced in kind, removed during site work. I'd like a detailed drawing of that, which is typical in these applications. I'd also like to know specifically where it is on the plan. There's some X's here that indicate wood fence typical, but they don't indicate the variety of fences that are in play. And as we've seen from the pictures shown by the chairwoman, there are a variety of fences, so we want to get very clear on that so it's not a hodgepodge. My other comment and concern relates to the brick around the structure. Part of this is going over a timber drive partition. There's nothing in the application to indicate that the timber drive partition is being altered. So that needs to be reconciled. And it also goes over a concrete retaining wall. That needs to be reconciled. So this area 1, this area 2.
that's the butters.
And then, well, the brick is shown going into the abutting yard, so that needs to be remedied. And then the other thing is that I'm concerned about, depending on the way this goes, just so your client is aware, I may have concerns about the amount of brick over here.
Okay,
Over here being,
Pardon me?
where is
South.
over here?
Over here, I'm sorry, is the proposed brick walkway to the south.
So it's on the south side of the.
Yeah. And that's where the timber dry partition and the concrete
Where's that?
retaining wall are.
Show me where the timber,
Right
just so I
here.
know what they're talking about.
Here. So he's got a retaining wall here and a concrete retaining wall here.
Oh, and this is the wood one, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, no, there's a wood one over here that's not shown in the drawing.
yeah.
Steve, so what you're saying is show more.
Well,
Show the fence design.
Yeah, anything that's gonna be changed, anything that exists and will be altered should be reflected in the plan, so. As I said previously, we need to know what we're approving. So it should be shown in plan view, and then it should be shown with some elevation or a reference to the type of fence.
Right, and also, did you see this, where it says brick walk, but there's no picture of brick?
Yeah, I mean, the plant, this is why I'm not thrilled with this.
Coming down here, it says brick walk, but there's no drawing of brick, and that would be good because that surrounds the house all the way down to the middle with brick, so.
And I saw that.
Did you see that?
There was a
Sorry.
lack of communication between us,
Us and
and
them.
I will try to clarify. I've tried.
All right,
Okay.
all right. Has anybody else got anything they'd like to say? Otherwise, we'll have a motion to
There was a
hold for
motion down there
Motion to hold for revisions.
revisions. Thank you, all
to
those in
track,
Thank you
you
favor.
for
said
your
to track
patience
the
on this one.
architecture.
Thank you.
Track
All right.
with, yeah.
Okay,
Completely changed.
205 Eel Point Trust. We have a board on this. Everyone's
On that, we have.
very familiar with it.
We have Cole, McLaughlin, Camp, Oliver, and Welch.
Oh, after this. Oh, here.
Okay, sorry, Stephen, you said you were just sticking around for this?
I was gonna go down to the
Yeah,
follow up
ZBA.
with ACC, ZBA, is that
Oh,
cool?
yeah, well, that's great.
Since Diane's not gonna go down, she's gonna chair later.
Okay, good. All right, so, ready? May I have that?
Mr. Chair, these have the locus and site plan, you need to list those, but they were just elevation.
Yeah, we submitted an updated elevation. That's that.
You wanna just tell us, I see some bubbles.
Sure. Michael Luff Western.
I know. I'm sorry, the second set is what?
We submitted an updated elevation.
Site plan.
He was saving paper, so he just did one sheet with elevation.
Yeah, we submitted an updated elevation.
That's just
Oh,
for
I
site
gotcha.
plan and.
Gotcha, thank you.
just in case.
So,
Thank you.
this application was for the removal of a exterior chimney and subsequent changes to this small cabana at 205 Blue Point Road. Last time we were here, a motion was made to accept some of what we were proposing, but to specifically on the south elevation where the chimney had been, keep the 3 doors as originally proposed. So we're basically back saying that we're willing to accept that. This updated elevation shows the 3 doors remaining on the south elevation, shows the chimney staying removed, and all the other changes that you guys were willing to accept last time.
All right, so basically, the changes formerly were removal of chimney plus you were doing something with the doors here.
Yeah,
And now you're basically saying the only revision that we're gonna implement.
is the door changes on the other side, but here we're gonna keep the 3
Oh, right,
doors
the
as
door
original.
changes on the other side.
Yeah, because there's no visibility on the other side at all, but there was concern of visibility on the north elevation looking from way down on the south elevation looking from way down the beach. We're willing to keep the south elevation with the 3 doors as originally approved.
Okay, so the only, this has to do with your bubbling.
Sure. I clouded the things that are relevant this time. rather than
Well, I'm not
before.
sure, so one thing that you're requesting as a change with respect to what we approved earlier is the north elevation, which in the previous iteration had 3, I don't know whether you call, let's call them doors, all right? So you had 3 sort of equally spaced doors.
Yes.
And now the north elevation has 4 doors, 1 standalone, and then a triple, right?
Correct.
So that is a revision.
Correct.
It's not bubbled.
Yeah.
So does everybody have that? Where the idea is they still want to remove the chimney, and on the north elevation, which faces back into the property, they want to revise from the previously approved 3 separate individual doors to a total of 4 doors, 1 of which is standalone, 3 are ganged together. Those are the changes.
Correct.
And then the controversial portion was the south side. And I honestly forget, maybe we're adding another door in
We had the
between
same
there or
arrangement as the
something
shown on the
like
north.
that. Yeah, right. So you've withdrawn from that.
Yeah, I mean, it was held the last round for viewing. I don't know if people went to see how visible it was or not.
Okay.
But we're willing to come back and accept this.
Okay. We're all clear. Okay, so the board on this is myself, John McLaughlin, Abby, you're on it, and Stephen. What do you say, Abby?
I'm okay with it.
You're okay. All right. John, how about you?
Yes, I've made comments before and saw some photos. They call it the west elevation. And how far is it from the main structure to this one?
About 30 feet, I would say.
Now, looking at the photo, the plot plan there, you mentioned it wasn't visible.
What?
Oh, I'm not sure that he said that. He said that the north elevation was not visible, but
Correct.
Okay, now I'm talking about the west as well.
west elevation is visible.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, the
It
west
is.
is,
It's
yeah.
visible from the water.
Okay, but I think this here, these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sets of glass like this is over fenestrated. I said it at the time when we looked at it before. It's over fenestrated, it's over 50% of wall space. So if you take every other one out, do something, it's up to you to decide what to do. I
Well-
think it's over fenestrated. As the north elevation, you know, it's just a lot like, you might as well have a glass greenhouse.
Yeah.
You know, that's just an opinion. That's my opinion, thank you.
Thank you,
Too
John.
much glass. and
Is the
Too many of
west-
the repetition with the doors.
But is the west already approved?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that
This-
horse left.
You know, that's right there.
The west.
That hasn't changed.
This?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yep.
remember that one?
Yes, that's why I spoke on it.
Okay. Stephen, it's down to
Okay,
you.
so let's get some clarification also on the east elevation. The 2 windows proposed are different from the originally approved 3 windows.
Right, they were
Not
quite-
suggesting anything other than you bubble it, so when you have a final set,
Missed that one.
you
Sure.
should have that, these and that, your
On the same elevation.
your north and your east should bubble what is being changed, so you don't run into problems. I think it's unfortunate that the chimney is not gonna be there. I think that actually was, in terms of non-traditional design, it was a redeeming quality. Not to say it's not a nice design, but in terms of traditional. With respect to the north elevation, I do believe that is visible, but however, only obliquely. So there you have that. No other comments.
Okay, for myself, I'm okay that you switched back on the south elevation to getting rid of that third door that you insinuated between the other two. I would guess that everybody sort of regrets the loss of the chimney.
Absolutely.
But we like chimneys. Chimneys are, nice humanizing elements. But does that mean that this is not approvable as submitted? And the answer is no. Not every building has a chimney on it. This is a pool cabana after all. So I'm okay. I'm okay with it. That's it. Does anybody want to make a motion on this one of some kind?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, we'll see how that one goes. Abby has made a motion to approve as submitted. All those in favor of Abby's motion? Aye.
Aye.
So Abby, you're in?
Yeah.
Steve? Okay, so Stephen's in. John, where do you land on that?
I made my comment. Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to abstain or?
No. Sorry.
Okay. All right. I believe that he's going along. Okay, we'll see when he signs.
Gotta clear the
So,
runway.
in any event, you're approved.
Great.
Okay? Okay, next up, well, you seem to have the floor for the next hour or so. Hinckley Lane. Now, this is all new business. So, were you gonna leave?
Yeah, I'll go downstairs to
Okay,
the
you're going
Surfside
down.
Crossing,
Okay,
ZBA hearing.
Yep,
and
spring is
TJ
back.
already left. Well, that's interesting. So now
Well,
we're
when-
down to a 5-person board.
And then when they're done, I'll come back up, because you've got a bunch, I guess,
Yeah.
so.
Well, I mean, Lisa's obviously been
Right.
in there
Yeah.
too.
She's not,
so-
they're gonna keep her there until
Is he on the hall?
We'll see.
flat.
See you guys in a bit.
Okay, thanks.
I could explain this next grouping all at once, it would be. a little
Oh,
bit more
man, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, I'm going down to the survey process.
Whenever we're ready.
The whole grouping,
Yeah, well, not the whole grouping, but 1 through 4.
right, good, go.
Okay, so items 1 through 4 are all at the same property. At
Yep,
17 Blue Lane.
I'm familiar, we're familiar.
And so a number of changes were made in the design during, documentation and working with our client on this one, including some of the major design elements that we came in previously to review, such as stone gable end walls in this project, which have since been removed and
Right.
replaced with an alternate material. So these 4 applications are basically for minor window and door changes, and the change from those stone gable end walls to shiplap gable end walls on these houses. So, starting with the main house, I'll just walk you through the changes. Our chimneys were previously stone, now they're going to be carved with a stone cap. And the big gable end bookend walls were previously stone veneer all the way up, and instead they are now going to be.
Can I ask you a question? All right, so as a condition of the prior approval,
For lack of visibility.
did we approve them with stone?
Yes,
Oh, we did approve
we
them,
approved them with stone.
but you don't want the stone.
Correct. We don't want the stone.
Oh,
So we're back.
okay. I
Here.
thought that we made you get rid of it.
Nope. You
Got
approved-
it.
You approved the stone.
Okay, got it. All right, thanks for clarifying.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want stone chimneys, so those are going to Parged.
Yep, the chimneys are from stone to parch, and the gable end bookend walls are from stone to shiplap painted.
Painted gray?
We would like white, but a very light gray would be fine too.
Okay, and then it looks like you've also got some miscellaneous, like removal of windows perhaps?
They're basically size changes, so along the back, there's very little visibility pushed into the hill there. We used to
Back,
have
which is
south elevation.
south elevation.
We previously had 5 individual windows.
Yeah.
And instead, we're requesting kind of a smaller triple mold window.
Okay. Oh, I see, yeah.
Yep.
Guys, you can refer to the little inset, very reduced versions to
Yeah.
see what we had approved earlier.
And then there's a gable end window that was removed
On the north.
on the north.
Okay,
That's really it on the main house.
okay. Okay, so everyone at the table is sitting on this, so, Abby, are you ready to start? I'll just go right around
Well,
the
okay,
table.
can you answer a quick question?
Absolutely.
About the 3 gang windows on the north?
Yes,
They,
South.
and south.
on the south, sorry. Now, I know there's a really smart answer, but why are they so close to why are they so far down?
So the back of
Where-
this building is dug into a hillside.
Yeah, see that.
And so we're kind of just showing you the part of the building which is not underground. It's pushed right into a hillside, so the grade comes up to 6 feet above finished floor, actually.
Okay, it just seems like in your first iteration, it looks like they're, like that it's not built into the ground, but.
Yeah.
Actually, see how low that is?
Yeah, I
Abby?
do.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
they're sort of cutting away.
Those-
Those aren't really that low, like, that's not that tall, like, the real
down.
bottom goes way down there.
And where the whole property is barely, if at all, visible, this back elevation is even less. Only
That
the
was
one-
my next
Only
question.
the one neighbor, if they were to crawl down the hill
You
through this
mean
road,
it's even less than zero
less
visible?
than 0.
You hear that, John?
So all those sliding
This is-
doors are,
this
no
is
one's gonna see those
correct.
except for
Even
the-
less than not visible.
Yes. This particular elevation.
Less than not visible?
Less than not visible.
Negative.
Negative
Yeah.
visibility.
You've been up to Neil Hill and looked at it?
No, it'll be visible from there.
You look at Neil Hill
Yep, it will be visible
and look
from
down, you know? I would suggest before anything is done that the commission The whole commission vote, you
Now,
from the travel.
what you say is true of the north elevation, not true of the south elevation.
You can see
Nail
north
Hill
from,
is north of this site.
We already approved this.
Yeah.
This went through a long time ago.
Yeah,
North Hill, Nail Hill is, yeah.
right. Okay. All right. Well, wait, so Abby, you have the
yeah,
floor,
I just,
so-
well, I just want to ask John, where is, did you say Nail Hill?
Yeah. If you
Nail
go down,
Hill.
you know where Hinckley Lane is? Not
Yeah.
Hinckley, Kimball Avenue. You know
Yes.
Kimball Avenue?
Yeah,
Around,
yeah,
Kimball Avenue is way higher than this site.
right, right.
There's Kimball right there. So
Yeah,
you
it's
get
way high
there,
up with those mansions up there.
Yes, there's mansions. Although, this is really down much lower and there's a lot of vegetation in between. But
Yeah.
that's what John's talking about.
Well-
I'm sorry.
So you're saying we have to go have a view to see?
I would suggest that's very strong, because this is one of the most inimical structures I've seen on Nantucket. About 6 of them. This
Did
is
you
one of
sit
them.
on this originally? I can't remember.
Yeah.
You did? Okay.
All right,
Can I say something?
I'm just making a suggestion, if you don't want to go up, don't go up.
Well,
As far as I'm concerned, it needs another viewing, even with the changes.
thank you, John.
Changes, taking the chimneys down, whatever they're doing with them.
Keep going.
well, no, I want to hear what everybody else has to say.
Diane.
I'll come get you,
I,
pick you up.
I have some problem with the fenestration of what's there. I think that the windows that are there are lots of times too small, like on, I don't know what, I think this is the north elevation. I think,
No, I think it's south. The one,
This
the
one?
ganged ones?
yeah.
Oh,
And what's the one down below? It says.
yeah,
it
south
says
is on the
south.
bottom and north is on the top.
Yeah, on the south elevation, those 3 windows that are sitting there that are all mulled together, and you've got the whole shot of that
Bowling alley.
thing. I think they should be separated or something. They're, I think they're sort of insufficient in that area. I think the window on the Mass 1, the little window, the 101 window, I guess, is again small. I think that the house in its simplicity can substantiate bigger windows. And I wondered, I don't remember why, but you took the windows out of the gables for what reason?
Honestly, it was upon the request of the client. They just didn't like them. They wanted to take them out in each case. I mean, there's only that one gable window which is in there.
I thought there was a
Two,
second
right?
one with the gable.
You have one on the
north elevation.
north elevation. I thought I saw another one on.
Right, and one in the west elevation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think if you look at the building design-wise, on the thing, that the fenestration should be given more attention. I think that the windows are too small for the size of the buildings that they're in. Over here, are you removing the chimney, or is this where you're
It's just a material change of the chimney.
changing to being barged?
Charged instead of stone.
Okay, without a bluestone cap.
It has a bluestone cap.
Why? We don't usually have caps unless it's kind of raised with,
It's raised on 4 little legs.
well, then you need to draw that.
It's what's drawn.
It
It's
is
just very
drawn.
light. Yeah.
Oh.
The
Mine is
little
blank.
horizontal piece right at the very top is the
Is the
bluestone
bluestone
cap.
cap.
This is gonna be this is gonna come up again, I believe, on Hawthorne Park, right? So
Yeah.
I think that little open spot, that little rectangle right underneath of the cap is where the
Yeah, must be a
Little-
brick.
the mushroom thing for the
For the
gas log fireplace is gonna go.
This one actually has no chimney fan like that. It's just open.
Oh,
It's just
Okay.
a modern
That's
approach
good.
to
Yeah.
the.
How many flues are going up to there?
Just one.
Well, that's basically, it's, knowing that part of Hinkley Lane and where that the house is, I think it's going to be difficult to see, because I think it needs to be difficult to see, because I think it's not fitting with the area of the houses going down Hinkley Lane to that much. But I don't know how the rest of you think, but I just think the windows need some attention.
Okay. Thanks, Diane.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
speaking of Nail Hill, I was out there actually yesterday, and
Yeah.
but I can attest to with John, well, because I saw the top of the framing, so you can see about the gable end, because the walls are framed up now.
The very tippy tops.
Yeah, about, yeah, you can see kind of the top of the gable.
Well, that's great. From Kimball.
Yeah. So,
But not the windows?
Well, I was gonna ask how far along it was, because I obviously have seen that the site is cleared and everything.
The smaller structures within a week will have gable ends tipped up. And this main house, it'll be a couple more weeks and then there'll be.
Oh, so the gable ends that John is talking about are actually for the smaller gables?
He's talking probably about the garage and guest house, which based on the grade change, they're nearly the same elevation. There's a couple more feet, but that's it.
Well, listen, thanks, John. I want to hear from TJ.
Or Jesse.
Oh, yes, sorry. How about you, Jesse, seeing as TJ isn't here?
Yeah. You know, when this was already approved, I'm a big person of stones. I'm kind of bummed the stone's gone, but
Me too.
and but I think this is probably more appropriate. Although I'm not crazy about the white, especially with the trim. The trim white as well as the.
It was approved as light gray.
Oh, light gray.
Yeah, it was approved as light gray. We're asking for it to be white. Part of what's melted.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about that part of it, especially if you can. You know, through the treetops, white's going to really stick out. But I think from a standpoint that's more traditional from a design standpoint. And then the windows, I'm not concerned about. You're never gonna see them.
Can I make one point before you go further?
Maybe. Have you finished?
Yeah.
John, did you have anything else that you wanted to add to this discussion? Because I believe.
I respect the right of review.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like we have the benefit, which we did not have when we were first reviewing this,
That's right.
of A, having the site cleared, right? And
Right.
B, actually having the buildings being framed up. So, Mr. Hedden has said that you are correct, that you can catch glimpses of this from up on Kimball Avenue. So I think that we'd all be doing ourselves a favor if we just viewed this.
Can
Now,
I make a motion?
yeah, I just want to say one thing, because I want to make sure that I think I heard you correctly. I know that you said that with the new clapboard, or shiplap, or whatever it is that you're putting in place of the stone gable ends, you wanted the shiplap to be white, which I would be opposed to, at least in concept, until the buildings were actually framed up to the point where I could see whether I could see that, all right? But did you also say that the trim, the rakes and all that, were approved as gray and you want to change those to white? Did you say that?
It was approved as light gray.
Right.
That's how it was noted. And yes, so what I was going to say is just there's a couple different changes being proposed, some of which are very minor and some of which are more major.
Right.
And I was wondering if we could separate those out in the approval or the conversation. There's like the big gable end change,
Yes.
and then there's the minor window changes. And if one's holding up the other, I don't know if we could separate the conversation. But yes, we're proposing white for the color of the trim and the clapboard in the change.
Everything is then white.
Right.
Okay, I'm not sure that I understand. So are you like trying to get a quick approval on the change from stone?
No, I'm just trying to focus the conversation, I think, from like the big gable end move change.
Look, basically, I think, and this is to John's point. First of all, I should say that I think that all of your changes are more or less getting more towards historic Nantucket. Certainly the removal of the stone gable ends. I mean, you don't find those anywhere except on Church on Fair Street. So
Stone barn in.
I don't have any objection per se, but I think that this is a good opportunity for us to like re-review the project now that it's cleared, now that you have stuff framed up. And then I might have a different opinion about the white. Right now, I would say, oh, well, I would play it safe and do everything as gray. So, how do we all feel about viewing this now that it's all framed up and everything? And that would apply, I think, wouldn't we do that for all 4 of these applications?
Correct.
Because you're sort of doing a similar thing on all 4, right?
The 2 smaller ones have just tiny window and door changes, which are kind of irrelevant to a viewing, the studio and the garage.
Did you say irrelevant?
Yeah, there's nothing changing about them that's controversial.
I see.
That's the word I'm looking for. But yes, it's all one package, so if you wanted to hold it
Look,
up.
why don't we make it?
Hold for viewing for the call commission and track the rest of them.
I think that's a good motion.
It's a great motion.
Okay, so John's motion is to basically take items number 1 through 4, put them on the viewing list. We'll see what we see and come back to you with our answers on how visible it is.
Can I just ask, is that for the next meeting, or is that for many weeks from now?
No, could be. Hey, can we vote to put that on for next Tuesday?
Well, next week's all business, so if you
No.
would like to sign that up, or.
I just mean, are you going to wait until even the chimneys are built, months from now?
No. You're on old business, so we would view it this weekend, and you'd be on for old business, and we'd re-review this next Tuesday.
Okay.
Okay? All right, so John has made a motion to items 1 through 4 to view and see what the visibility of all these miscellaneous changes are. All those in favor of John's motion?
Aye.
Very good. Gray Lady Lane, what are we doing there? New dwelling?
Yeah, 2 new houses.
2 new houses. Ooh, that's a nice cough drop there. Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Well, those things used to taste really nasty,
Yeah, well, no.
like really awful.
And I have a supplement to hand out here.
Okay.
There you go, sir.
Yeah, so.
Oh, Chris Stelmus, is that project you're doing on Gray Lady Lane? Oh, never mind, it's a different subdivision.
Yeah. So we came in previously for 1 house in this subdivision, which is shown on the, if you look at the second page of your little supplement, there's 3 houses shown on the site plan together. Our client.
Can you orient us?
Yeah,
first?
where is
I'm
it?
lost.
I mean, it's off of,
It's off of Bartlett,
it's off of Bartlett.
across the street from another subdivision, I think called Pinback.
Called what?
This is in back right here?
Correct.
Oh, I know Pinback.
Yeah.
So it's across the street on the other side?
Yeah.
Oh, there's my comic golf course.
That's right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Look at all those sand traps. That's
I know.
where my ball always
So this
goes.
is,
Yeah, oh.
All right,
So,
so what now?
So our client bought these 3 parcels in Gray Lady Lane, and we've already had House A heard by this board and approved. And we're here for houses B and C and the adjacent lots. So this little supplement just shows you all 3 houses together. And the 2 applications are for House B and House C, Lot 9 and Lot 10.
So which lot, Lot 8 is the one we approved?
You already approved it, yeah. So we've given you the colors that you approved there.
So these are the 3 that were, this one's been approved, and these are the 2 we're reviewing.
A and B? What did you say?
Correct.
So,
So
well, A was approved,
A was approved,
so we're doing B and C.
yes.
These two.
So the first one in front of you is B.
Put Ray, put Ray.
You can see we're proposing subtle differences in the light divisions in the windows. The roof lines all have the same pitch though between these three houses, some differences in the porch roof lines, and then a mix of colors. The first one was approved as natural with a natural trim with black sash. We're proposing this second house to be gray with a black sash, and the last one to be gray, so there's some variety between these houses. But the nature of the lots is that they're all quite close together, and they have to be long and skinny to be adequately positioned on the site.
I see that.
But otherwise, the nature of the three houses is relatively similar between them. Their scale is very similar. The amount of glazing is very similar. The trim profile is also very similar. One other comment I'll make, since you're still looking, is that the side elevations, the very kind of long side elevations, are only really visible from adjoining properties, from each neighbor, because of the way the houses are sort of fanned out in this cul-de-sac subdivision.
Yeah, I agree with that, except when you, like, basically you get to the end of it, right? I mean, so that assumes a full build-out, which I'm sure eventually will occur, right? But at the moment, are you the first three into this guy? Into this
We
subdivision?
approved that pool and pool house.
Yeah, the pool house already built on what?
That's down here, right?
Lot 7, that little.
Yeah. So, is any of this
I believe there's
built out?
another house on the street right here that's just been built out, and then there are other homes proposed on other lots, but at the moment it's relatively vacant.
Are they equally elongated?
Yes.
Whoa. Look, there's a few sort of rectangular lots here, these, but then look at all the rest
Yeah,
of them.
they're all
really super long
yeah.
and thin. Does anybody care to start into it? Diane?
No, I just, on this A201, which house are we looking at?
It's the one in the middle, which is, we're calling it House B.
Okay, and what lot is it on?
Lot 9.
Nine.
It
Wait a
is on lot
second.
9.
Hold on. Yeah, I see that. So this is inconsistent. What did you just say?
Well, the one in front of you is House B. It was handed out in order of, oh no, this is
A,
site,
B,
this is type
C.
C, so this is lot 10.
Okay,
They were handed out in a different order.
Diane.
So that's building type C, lot 10,
Yeah.
which
So we had a
backs
different
up
order.
sort of to the golf course.
Yeah,
Okay,
definitely.
So, Mr. Chair, this should actually be 9 gray.
We're in reverse order.
We're just doing C first.
This is what was
We're
handed
doing C, lot 10. Here you go. It's spelled out on the front page here. Okay.
I like this page.
I thought that was fun. Yeah.
I can.
Go.
Well,
Yeah,
I
go.
mean, architecturally, I think it's very, very nice design. I think it's, I think it's going to become appropriate because I think, as you said, you're probably going to do a lot line to lot line, and everybody's going to do it on this Gray Lady Lane it's going to look like that. So I'm not going to try and fight it and say, you know, they should be skinnier and shorter, because that's what's going to happen there. So I'm dealing just with the architecture, not the amount of real estate it's taking up on the lot. And I find the architecture appropriate. And I have no qualms with the way these three buildings relate to each other. And I don't see anything I would like to change. So, that's my start off.
Sounds good to me. Diane, are you ready?
Yep, I think, that with the mixture of buildings that are surrounding this particular piece of land, that these will probably fit in pretty well. You've got a lot of barns, and you've got, the little houses in the front, which will put this in back, and it probably will be fairly hard to see specifically each house as you travel along there, because there are the barns, which are pretty tall and block your view. So I don't think they're inappropriate.
Great, thank you, Diane. How about you, John?
Yeah, I have a couple comments.
Okay.
Not a lot.
All right.
My first comment, highly visible at today's date. Another comment, north elevation.
Okay.
I appreciate the double hung windows. The side lights ought to be straightened out. These are not typical side lights. And also the G window next to it is, should be a double hung to match the rest of them, because it's listed as a casement.
Can you do that?
Those are my comments.
Do that?
You can change that to a double
I
hung?
think they're mine,
I can change that to a double hung. Yeah.
All right. And I'll get back to the side lights, not your back, in just a second. I have an opinion on the side lights too, that I think John might share. But I'll wait, because we still need to hear from Jesse on this. Sorry, John, was that it for you?
Yeah, I just want to check the width of the door.
Okay. It's gonna be 3.5 feet wide. Jesse?
I agree with most of what if not all of what the board said. I think that's a nice design, well balanced, and the doors are going to that's like a tongue and groove door, or
It's like a bead groove door.
bead groove door, and those will be the colors of the trim, or the.
They were called out somewhere.
Yeah,
Yeah, so what you have is, everything's Quaker gray.
on this house it's gray.
No, if you look at the little inset sheet, go to page
But
3.
B is black and
Right,
gray.
we're actually reviewing C right now, which is gray on gray. All
Right.
Quaker gray.
All Quaker gray.
Yep.
So even the door here would be gray.
Yeah, I think it's nice. I mean, might add a little variety with the color of the doors, but overall, I think it's a very nice design, and the 3Ds are very helpful.
Thank you, Jesse. So, I agree with the board. I think the opinion is generally very favorable. I think it's low impact, particularly given the muted palette. And I think that two things. One, if we can change our G window on the north elevation to a double hung.
Yep.
And with regard to those side lights, if you could take that bottom piece that's shown as glass and change that into a fixed wood panel, more in line with what you would see on a, I know this is not a traditional house, but just to sort of, look at it as a play on a traditional house, that bottom panel would have been not glass, it would have been wood. So I think that if you could change that to wood, you might.
Would you leave the upper light as a single pane or put a single division in it?
You mean a horizontal division?
Yeah.
I'm
I think it
fine
would
with
just
the.
be plain.
Yeah, I'm
I
fine
mean,
with
it's
it.
got a modern feel.
It does.
So we're fine with both of those.
Okay, so it sounds like all we would really need to do here to get an approval on this is change the G window on the north elevation to a double hung and fill in the bottom third of the side lights to be wood So it looks more like a traditional side light.
Still
and
painted though, right?
Still painted, yeah.
Painted, but, and not,
glass.
Yeah. Solid panel.
Right.
and not ornately molding, just something.
I don't think they have those at his shop there.
No, we don't.
Oh,
There's
you
no
don't have
ornate moldings, not at his place.
No double colors.
No, everything's flat.
No OGs.
Okay, can I have a motion?
Oh, so moved.
Well, sir, hang on. Diane will get right to you. John.
I just caught one thing, I can't,
Okay.
maybe I'm confused here on the, you have the pergola.
On the back.
Yes?
Okay, that's where I'm missing it. That's on the west elevation. Am I correct?
Correct.
And looking at it, the south elevation,
Yeah, that's right, 'cause this is.
that's across here.
It's visible from the side in that elevation. If the pergola sticking off the
Yeah,
building.
right, okay. Thank you.
Good, okay, Diane, you had something to say.
Explain to me why some houses, this is particularly what brought it to mind, why the dormers go so far up the roof.
Because of the pitch. If a dormer is low pitch like this, it's not gonna travel as far up the roof as
Right.
if it's pitched steeply like this.
Right.
That's why. Well,
So
I
it's
didn't.
not to give you headroom in the
Oh,
room.
has nothing to do with that. It's an aesthetic thing, completely. Because assuming that your window in the dormer
Yeah,
has enough head height for you to stand,
yeah.
that means that anything beyond that is gonna have even more head height because the pitch is going up. So it's not about getting more head height. Why, do you think that these are too steep?
Yeah. I don't
What's the
particularly
pitch
like
on
the
these now, do you know?
It's only my thing.
I don't disagree
They're
with you.
7.5 pitch. They're the same as the first house, which was approved. Okay, I'm trying to match the dormer pitches and roof pitches between the three homes.
And it's
I
got
kind
some
of like them
crossing
the
in
way they
the
are.
middle.
Let
It just,
Diane finish.
it just seems to me it makes the house heavy or something when they go so far back. Those almost go back to the roof, eave.
Well, if you dropped it down to a 6, it would probably get it another foot down off of the lower roof.
Even just to a 7.
Even just to a 7, honestly. You wanna do that? Reduce the pitch?
Yeah, I'd love to see them not so,
Cone
Steep.
head.
yeah.
Cone head, exactly.
Yeah,
It's an architectural term. Is everybody okay with that, just dropping the roof pitch on the dormers
Yeah,
from a
I'm
7.5 to a 7?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So can I have a motion then? Looks like we have 3 things we want to accomplish with that motion.
Motion to approve, dropping the pitch on the dormer to, what does it become?
7 and 12.
7 and 12. And then is there a working, is there one window that's going to
The
become?
type G.
G window
Window on the
on
north elevation.
the north elevation.
And the front door side lights to become
Solid.
solid on the bottom and simple glass on the top.
There we go.
Sounds good.
Okay, all those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Aye, very good. And now we're gonna hop back to type B.
Oh, just in between actually, I'll take the
Right.
middle.
Ray, would you repeat the motion, please? I didn't-
Motion was to approve, we're gonna drop the dormer pitch down a little bit. We're going to change the G window to a double hung. And we're gonna do the side lights, not full glass, but we're gonna bring wood up, a wood panel on the bottom. You said the side lights were atypical because they were just glass all the way down. So it's gonna go, only the top part is gonna be glass, okay?
So just to reiterate, the next application is for the house in the middle of the previously approved and the one that was just approved.
How much are these selling for? I think I'd like to get one. I think it's a nice design.
You have to recuse now.
Okay.
They're great houses,
You
actually.
you were gonna buy over in Hawthorne Park,
Yeah, I
and
like
now you
that
gotta
too.
go to the
I
newest,
know.
hottest,
Well, I'm
you
gonna
know,
buy a couple of things
this is even fresher.
when my ship comes in.
anything,
Your ship,
So-
huh?
Yeah, my
I
ship.
wish I had one of those ships.
is there anything in particular you want to say about this?
Not really. The trim color proposed here is a Quaker gray trim with a black sash.
Okay.
So it's kind of a transitional color
Yeah,
scheme from
because
the
the
first one.
first one was black sash
The
with
natural
natural trim. Yeah.
It has this slightly wraparound porch on the front, if you like, takes you to the side door.
And it's got 6/1
It's got
windows
6/1 windows.
instead of 2/2s.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Who's ready to dive in?
Looks like we got the cone hats.
Well, we're gonna change that. We already
I
know
know.
that.
John,
Yeah. I can start it then.
Go ahead.
Why don't we do the same thing? We could make them 7 and 12
Okay.
instead of how steep
7
those
and a
are.
half and 12.
Yeah. And are there any of those windows that were like the
John will
C's?
find them.
John's
The
looking for
G
those.
windows.
And where is that front door?
I mean, just come clean on us. Do you have any casement windows here?
No casement windows here.
Okay.
And the front door has
Oh, and you have
no
no side lights.
Oh, okay.
I love it.
All right.
This one's even easier.
I got nothing. And I don't mind the bluestone chimney cap on these because this design is a little bit more modern than we normally see. Diane, I know, we're chimney people.
And again, these won't have the little, actually, we talked about that in the last.
You should have no fans.
No fans. Oh, no, it was the other part. You gotta come up with a nice solution for that somehow. Okay, so you were good. John? Anything? I can come back to you if
Okay,
you're not ready.
thank you.
Yeah, Diane,
I think
we're gonna drop your,
drop the
dormers.
dormer.
Yeah,
You don't have to worry about the front door with the side lights.
nope.
And I haven't found as yet a G window. Did anybody
No.
find a G window?
Nope, they're all double hung.
And his 3D picture, I think, gives it a pretty good idea of what it's going to look like. I think that I feel, to help you in the future, is that the hardscaping is going to be important to separate each lot from the other one.
Yep.
And because the development behind you is mizzen mast is, I can't think whether it's 2 acre or an acre and a half, but they have a fair amount of planting and stuff around different houses. And this is going to back up or front it. You're going to see it from going up mizzen mast and whatever.
Okay.
So, and Lex takes it up there too. So, but I think the house fit in very well.
Thank you, Diane. Jesse?
I have nothing.
Okay. And the only thing I have to say is, one thing I noticed is that you chose to put the smaller 1.5-story gable on this particular unit facing the road so that the larger scale piece is in the back, and I frankly like that. And I think the fact that
very
you're
sensitive.
alternating between large in the front and
Well
large in the
thought
back is gonna help you working your way around the circle, if that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So,
Are you gonna make a motion, Diane?
I think
What about the,
we can make a motion to approve with the dropping of the dormer to a 7, from a 7.5 pitch.
right.
And I think that's all we came up with, isn't
That
it?
was it. Okay, all those, yes? Oh, I'm so sorry, John, because we
There were no
checked out, there
windows.
were
I
no,
only got a week and a half to go, you know?
okay. Oh,
Yeah.
no, that's right, and then you get voted out. Hang on,
I had a question.
okay, yes.
The masonry chimney is strictly, what type of brick are you using?
Like traditional red brick chimney, nothing special.
Like a water struck.
Like a water struck brick, yeah.
No, I think it's good.
Yeah, but, okay, I've always been curious, what type of brick they're using, is Jen Gary's or the
I
other
haven't
type,
specified
S
the
thousand hot?
brick yet on this job.
Huh?
We haven't chosen the brick yet on this job.
But it's a
Thank you.
traditional,
Thank you.
it's not, yeah, it's not
Okay.
like bright orange or something.
All right, so the motion on the table is to approve this, changing the dormer pitch from 7.5 and 12 to 7 and 12. All those in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, very good. And now we got a couple of tidying up items on Hawthorne Park.
Correct.
Which one's up there?
Yeah, they did.
The Essex wrecked a long time ago. Hate to break it.
Oh, yeah, my family was on the Essex. Yeah,
Okay.
I think they ate them.
Oh, were they?
They draw straws.
Well, I'm glad you still have a house.
Just a little shed.
I know not to be around you when you get hungry.
You lucked out in that deal.
Is that true?
Guess we're done.
I have to read that book. Oh, here. Abby and I can share. Okay.
Okay, shall I?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we can look at these drawings, but I think it's more appropriate to look at photos.
Yeah, so these photos were taken by John, so I brought from the fine photographer on staff here.
Yeah.
But both of these applications are for modified chimney caps where the owners decided to install fireplaces which required a fan, so we had to modify the chimney cap to accommodate it. And so we're here to get approval for that modification so that they can complete their construction.
Okay, so everybody's familiar with Hawthorne Park. It's going up Hummock Pond Road. And the only, this is you have to look, you have to sort of scrutinize these drawings. So on the front elevation, if you look at the chimney, you'll see this little sort of piece in the void underneath the chimney cap.
What is that?
And will Michael, oh, there it is.
Yeah.
So going around the table are some pictures of what that thing is.
It's a fan. It's a chimney fan.
Can it be lowered at all?
It can't be lowered. And it has to be exposed on the sides to work properly.
And what color is it?
It's black.
Oh, it's black?
The fan is black.
Where's the picture?
Here, it's coming.
There's two pictures here. It's factory finish, which I think is a matte black or something.
It's just a blimp.
Here's another.
It's just Santa's hat going down.
Can I ask you something?
Stuck.
Sure.
Oh, and interestingly, these don't actually have like a cap. They've got like an opening.
Yeah, it's a bluestone cap, but for the fan, it's also supposed to be open.
Wait a second. Wait a minute. You're saying that it's a bluestone cap that has a big rectangular hole cut
Yeah,
out in the middle of
they
it?
put a cutout in the middle of it.
And that's because you have to have that there?
Supposedly, yes.
Because of the ventilation?
Yeah, it's supposed to be open on the two sides and the top.
Okay, so I don't find this to be the most traditional looking thing on earth. And in order to sort of, you know, this is going to be happening more and more because this is a gas fireplace, right? So they always require you to have these vents at the top and they're like very unsightly. Is there any way that you can put like screening in front of these side pieces so that we're not like looking up at this hole in the, first of all, you know, like if there was just screen fabric or something in there that
Diffuse them.
it just
Looks so articulate
looks-
now.
That's a possibility. I mean, this was not originally designed as a gas
Understood.
fireplace, and we only opened it on the two sides to lessen the impact of this, rather than keeping the broad sides open. So if you look at the other elevations, it's really minimized.
But the funny thing is, like, if I'm not mistaken, these pictures were taken from our public way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's almost like if the other sides were open and these sides were opaque, then we wouldn't be sitting here talking about it, I don't think, because it would look like a regular old chimney brick going all the way up, right?
Theoretically, yeah.
But maybe there's visibility from more than one vantage
Yeah,
point.
I think you would have seen the sides too and seen through it as much.
Okay,
The idea of screening, when you are down here and you're looking up at something like that, the pitch of the screening makes it look more solid
that's what I'm getting at.
than looking directly across it. So
Right.
that would help a lot.
And then you're still getting the ventilation. It's
Right.
just like you're not looking through and seeing blue sky.
Right.
You mean like chicken wire or something?
Well,
Something more
Like a
like
dark mesh or something.
real screen.
Hog wire?
No,
No,
more
no,
dense
no.
than that. You know, screen.
Oh, screen, like
Yeah.
a screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We would accept that as a condition for approval. if that was-
That'll blow off in the first nor'easter, but
No,
Not if you
no,
put
no,
it in a
no.
wood frame and put it
No.
inside, it won't blow off.
I mean,
We haven't heard from you,
Yeah,
sir.
I have a comment, yeah.
Yeah.
Is this a new type, it's electrical, if it needs to be drawn at a certain amount of pressure,
Yeah, it increases the draw in the
they're
chimney.
electrically controlled.
Yeah.
Right now, if the electricity, if there's no wind, then it has an automatic draft anyway, a small one, right? My question, I'm referring to an
Yeah.
expert in those chimneys and stuff.
I'm not,
My question is it something else, if it's not power driven, you know, something else could be applied there, because you see so many around town that are all different shapes and, you know, so we've never set down policies on these, you just take them individually as they came. So I don't, you know,
So,
if you're looking at it from the Hummock Pond Road, it might be screened sometime in the near future, I don't know. I wouldn't take that chance myself, but.
hey, does anybody mind if we take a view of these? Because I don't even, I'm not even sure that we're going to need a screen. But if we take a view and we feel that,
Hey, that's
you know,
fine
it's
with
just,
me.
you know, it's just fine, then they wouldn't have
Oh,
to.
I got a better idea.
Okay.
I got a better idea. Why don't you have your builder do a little screen in a little wood frame and just pop it in one of those things so that when
One
we're
of them
viewing
so
it, we
you
can
can
act,
decide?
yeah, you know, just to see what it
Just
looks
so we
like.
can see what
I'd be
it looks like.
curious.
sure. Is there any chance that, what's the soonest you could do a viewing?
This weekend,
Yeah?
yeah,
Yeah, we're gonna do one view, might as well do two.
right.
My only comment, you're saying, to put a screen, yes, but I was gonna suggest, so you don't have a lot of problem trying to fit a screen for it, build a 2x2 box, it slides over the chimney and drops down and shows only where the screen will be visible.
Well,
It's a lot
we'll
easier that
leave
way.
it to you to,
But anyway, it's suggested.
it does really only need to be temporary at this point.
my
Just for us
question
to
is
look at.
why is that donut even necessary anyways?
The open top?
Oh, I mean, I understand that but, you know, if you remove it completely, you're getting better ventilation, and then,
No, what you're getting is you're getting like rain coming in the top.
well, you're not gonna get rain through that?
Probably.
Well, it
will.
probably goes sides of the
Not as
opening of
much.
the flue.
Or maybe because of the sidewalls as well.
You know, the sad thing about this is these units, they come as like a UL rated unit that includes this thing. So if you don't put that on the way that they give it to you, all the warranties and everything are void. And if there's ever any kind of insurance claim because of fire or anything like
Yeah.
that, you're,
Yeah, no, I'm just
Follow up.
curious. Yeah, okay.
so,
I suggest that he uses, get it at Marine Lumber brass screening, because the plastic stuff
we'll rip.
will maybe melt. I don't know how much heat is going up there, but the brass
Oh,
screening
good point, yeah.
darkens, and it's hard to tell it's even there.
Right. Okay. So let's, can somebody do a motion to view this and if.
Oh, motion to
if you
view.
wish to put it in the screen just to see.
Both of
if
them?
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
we're
both
looking
of
at Hinkley Lane and we're looking at
Well,
Hawthorne.
well,
No, we're looking at
John
Gray
meant
Lane.
both of them, we got two buildings in this development that have this condition.
2A and
You know, put a screen in one and no screen in the other. Did you just make a motion, Abby?
I did.
Okay, all those in favor of Abby's motion, which, by the way, will apply to, you can make a motion on both 7 and 8. Right, same thing for both.
Yeah, so
Okay.
on 7 and 8.
All right, so Abby has made a motion to view items 7 and 8. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
All right, thank
There you go,
everybody.
thanks. We'll see you next week. Okay. Sorry, did you say something, John? Oh, Kadeem, did you say something?
No, it's to Jesse, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Aurora. Where's Aurora?
Hi, John.
Aurora is the one that I keep mistaking it for that
It's
other
over
place.
next
that
to
I'm
Bruce's.
an imbecile.
It's next to Bruce's and next to
Next to Jesse.
that road that goes in, comes back out
He was a
again.
great man, you know.
Isn't it Aurora?
Did you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goes in, what is it off? Wow.
You know where
Probably drove him to the
Bruce's
grave.
junkyard is at 8200 Farm.
Okay, so you want an addition and,
Yeah.
Yeah, my house is right there. I'm
Where are you,
right here.
Jesse?
You're right next to this?
Yeah, right here.
Here?
Yeah,
Right here?
right there.
So you might
I thought
not,
that was Diane's husband's.
He's 82, he's the big thing.
And you're what, 76?
Yeah,
Oh, interesting.
that's why I have my alpaca on there.
Okay, so you have to recuse.
Yeah, I guess so.
You are in a butter.
we'll do the
I would
best we
recommend that
can.
you recuse. Okay, so Jesse's recusing simply because he's in a butter. All right, do you want to just tell us what your...
Pictures. Sorry, pictures.
Oh, okay.
On the front porch, we're doing an addition underneath the existing porch. We're changing the, what I consider an atypical column detail to more typical details. There's also an addition on the side porch, and an outdoor shower currently exists. There will be an outdoor shower on the front of that. That would be the left side of the front elevation.
This is infill, right? That porch that you just saw is being infill. Column changes, new columns. Skylight. Chris, why is that whole area?
Let's go to the plan. So what's happening, basically, there's an outdoor shower underneath the porch right now.
Yes.
We're doing an addition, just like we're doing here, we're pulling out to
Yes.
the fascia, and we're pulling the
I see.
outdoor shower out, so it now is open to the sky.
Got it.
That's simple.
Okay.
You're keeping the columns even though it comes forward?
No, we're changing the detail on the columns to this detail here, you know, more typical detail. If you look at
That
the,
big blocky thing.
look at the photos,
But she is correct, like, so you're adding one here so that it matches. See, there's nothing there right now.
correct. But also, we're also eliminating that one because we're
Because you're
pulling out.
infilling.
So
What elevation are you talking about?
the front east
The
elevation.
east elevation, Diane?
Okay,
So it's just trying to get equal.
Show John and Diane, because
Hey, so was that it, Chris?
No.
I mean,
On the front? Yeah, there's more.
there's more, okay.
There's a shed addition on the rear left side, it will be at the south elevation, so you can see we essentially continued that roof plane up and joined it with that
Okay. Skylight.
skylight, well under 4%. And then a new breakfast nook addition, eliminating the chimney that's there. The breakfast nook addition has 2/2 windows, just to kind of differentiate it from the rest of the house as an addition. And you'll see, I think, on the left side of the west elevation, if that's what you're looking at. Yeah, you'll see a new pergola to the left side. To weather. It's not noted on the application, but put it into the minutes that the pergola will be to weather.
Okay.
And there's a new chimney there that's just serving a gas fireplace, so it's not going up as tall as a wood-burning fireplace.
Hey, so if you were following the discussion on the previous application, is that going to require one of those? No?
No, what we're doing is we're basically freezing the damper, so that basically it's open all the way up like anything. So it will, except for the height, act like a conventional chimney. Okay.
Okay.
And the brick there is a Weatherstruck brick.
Right. Thanks.
That's the quick summary.
These are gone.
Those are existing. Well, there's that's the existing. So the change is, basically right around here. And then this little guy. And the removal of the chimney. Diane, you look like you're ready.
Yes, I'm ready. I think basically a lot of it would be hard to see because it's surrounded on both sides by.
You can't see the entire west elevation,
Right.
so, and I think the set, like the pergola, because it's to the rear and on the north, I doubt that you can, except from the street you can see it, but not from the west.
I was curious, just because I didn't find it on the plan, it says outdoor condenser units. Are those covered or are they just loose or what?
Where do you see that, Diane?
That is on your west elevation,
South?
it's on some of the elevation too. Outdoor condenser unit.
Yeah. Over here.
South elevation, but how, you have to have so many?
Yeah, two?
You got two on the west.
Oh, Diane,
And two on
you're
the-
looking at the
Oh.
side view of the, if you look at the south,
Yeah,
okay, so there you're looking at the two units face on.
yep.
But the reason that you see them on the west and the east
Oh, it's because
is you're
it's
looking
sticking
at
out
the
that
side.
much.
You're looking at the side of them,
I got,
but there are only two.
so if they are on the west, you think that the west will be very hard to spot them
They're on the south, aren't they?
They're on the south.
south, but you would see them side view on the west.
Yeah.
And have you, if they're on the south, I think the south will also be hard to see, will it not? It goes over towards Jesse's house.
They're gonna be here.
Oh,
Have you got
Do
any
you
covering
want some
for them or
type-
anything?
I haven't proposed anything. The condenser units are there right now, but they're actually in sort of a niche. They're not visible.
oh.
Okay. This is existing except removing one chimney and putting in another one. Some of your 3/3 windows are getting a little square, chiclet-like almost. I'd like to see a little more.
The chiclets everywhere though.
Well, can you give me a specific on that, like where you're seeing that coming?
This is on your east elevation up in the gable.
I think that exists.
Oh, that,
That one does, yeah. The gable end window exists.
All the second level, second floor fenestration is existing. So all the.
It's all existing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well,
but the third floor, was the third floor also exist?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is the
Yeah.
as-built.
Anything above, let me rephrase it. Everything above the first floor essentially is existing to remain unchanged.
and it says it's a new, so I guess it is. It says, new skylight. F on same south elevation, is that new?
Yes, it is.
And Is it
Yeah.
just a thin plank of glass? It doesn't open or anything, right?
What did we say in the schedule?
I haven't got there yet.
I haven't found what the schedule is.
Yeah, it's, well,
Coming.
look at the first sheet, Ray. It is there.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know,
Okay.
whether it's fixed or operable at this point.
Okay, or maybe we could just watch it and make sure something, we know what it's doing.
Yeah, so it's less than 2 feet wide and it is 3 feet high, so it conforms to our 2x3. Okay?
But it should it not be up higher in the roof?
You know, I can never remember
thought it
whether
was
it's
supposed
the
to be in the
lower
one-
third or the upper
1/3.
third, honestly.
Johnny,
Yeah.
where's the skylight supposed to go? How high up?
The upper roof?
Yeah,
Yeah, not on dormers, you said.
right.
Well, it's not on a dormer.
It's not on a dormer, it's on the roof, but it's sort of down in the lower part of the roof.
If I could add about the placement of that skylight, it's intentionally over the kitchen island.
Okay,
So
I
that's
don't
really
know.
defining the position of the skylight. It's over the
It's
kitchen
the
island.
south elevation, so it's gonna be hard.
Yeah, and also you're kind of looking at it from the side as opposed to straight on, because it's on the south and our view of this is coming from the east.
Yeah,
Anything else?
that's it.
Okay, John.
Yeah, number one, this is visible from all four sides. The main road going in Aurora, and then there's 3 lots coming down here. And to get to the back lots, the planning board approved the subdivision down here for 3 lots. So that's considered a traveled way, so by our law.
This is the road to your place, Jesse?
That's a private road, that's private.
It's what?
Yeah.
That's private, that's my driveway.
This is
It
Jesse's
looks like a
driveway
road.
right here, and this house is the 4th down, and I don't even think I think you can see the second
So
house down.
Before
but
you
not
is
the 4th.
Bruce,
Anyway, to continue.
80
All right,
or whatever.
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
You see windows or casements, they should be made double hung like the rest of the house where the matches. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. And then on the west elevation, there's a little bump out here, proposed single-story addition. It has 3 of them, and also there's a 4-inch pitch on them. There should be a 7 minimum on the gable.
Yeah, that's the only thing I
Problem is, right?
Well, you can't see it, number one.
Well, answer it to him. Right? I mentioned it, that it's a 4-inch pitch. It should
On
be a
that little
7.
gable in the back, right?
You can fit a 7 in there. I'm talking about the addition.
I know about the 7 and 12 roof pitch, but we felt that if anything, that gable really should conform with the pitch of the shed roof beyond. That it would look more incongruous if it were 7 and 12.
Oh, you mean the line of
Yeah,
the
it'd sort of come up
Brokeback?
and- Well, no. This
Yeah.
piece right here.
Right, no, I know, that's,
These two are parallel.
yeah, and if you bump it up, you don't get.
A 7 can fit there, because you can take 6 inches off the corner boards, if you have to get a 7, but that's policy there. And the other one was the casement windows, they should be changed to double hung.
You mean the ones that you already mentioned, right, John?
Which I
Yeah.
think,
Yeah.
Okay,
The windows.
so, Chris, I don't know whether you're aware of this, but John, if it's a casement window, he wants it to be fixed. Or if you can get it to be in swing, which would equate to a hopper or a double hung.
Okay, they're just 6-light windows essentially, so,
Can they be fixed?
they can be fixed or they
There you
can
go.
tilt in.
End of story.
Is that acceptable?
Well, tilt in is fine too, whatever you prefer.
Tilt in or fixed?
It's fixed.
You want them fixed, John? Chris says he'll fix them if you want them fixed.
We don't have any size of those windows.
There's little windows?
Yeah,
They're C windows, so they'll be on the window schedule, which is on the
at
first
C
sheet.
windows, okay.
Yeah, so they are,
They're on the north elevation.
they're 2 feet 4 by 2.
Wait.
2 feet 4 wide by 2 feet high.
Yeah.
So
West.
C windows should be, are you gonna fix them or?
Yeah, they
change
can be
them?
fixed casement.
Fixed, or if we want it, it's an Anderson window, so I'm not gonna be able to do a tilt-in window.
I don't think so.
My question was on, you said there's 3 of them. There's also 2 on the south elevation, on the addition. It says 2 on the south elevation also, plus those 3, right?
Yeah, I think, actually, that's a typo. The Nook edition, which is D and E, those are double hung windows. They're 2 over 2 windows in the Nook we were just talking about relative to roof. West elevation. That's
I see it.
Okay.
Another comment, the air conditioners, they're visible when at the time of the application, when they're supposed to be boxed in.
We can certainly box them in.
You put a little fence around them.
Yeah, actually, so that's gonna be left to your discretion. So if they're visible, Chris,
Yeah.
at the time that John Hedden comes out to inspect, you're gonna need to put a fence around it.
Okay.
So it kind of depends on what your landscape intentions are.
Okay.
Okay, so, let's see, we have a 4-person board on this. I actually think that Chris is right to, stick with the lower pitch on that back gable. I also don't think it's gonna be visible from a public way. So I'm okay with leaving the pitch on that back gable the way it is. So I think that what I'd be looking for, and chime in, folks, but we're going to fix the casement windows, correct?
Right.
What else?
You're gonna make sure the AC is hidden from view at time of inspection.
Right, thank you. And then there was one other thing that just sort of popped into my head.
Chiclet windows?
Oh, it was to revise the drawings so that the windows they're actually drawn as casements. They don't look like double hung. So the E windows on the south elevation should be double hung.
We're talking about the Nook, that Nook.
Yeah.
The 2 over 2s.
Yeah, you said they're 2 over
Yeah.
2 and they look like they could easily become such. But right now they're kind of rendered as casements. So.
C's and E's, yeah.
Yeah, the E windows are going to become double hungs, John, and the C windows are going to be fixed.
Okay,
Right.
well, you mentioned the visibility. This is, right now, it came from the planning board, when they subdivided this, I mentioned it before, that all 4 sides are visible. That's why I mentioned the air conditioners, you know? Okay. No problem.
Okay,
Yeah, but, yeah.
So I think-
Yeah, can I make that
you
motion?
can make that motion.
So moved.
All right, so I'm going to reiterate. Unfortunately, I don't have the.
Oh,
Can you help me with
the
window
elevations?
things? Like, so
Sure,
The casement windows are
okay.
C windows, right?
The fixed casements.
Oh,
which
wait,
are-
hold on. Terry might
What I
have.
have?
Go.
Motion to approve to staff with the C casement windows to be fixed,
Yes,
the AC to be screened from view at time of inspection and
Yes.
thereafter,
yes,
and revise the drawings to show the south elevation E windows to be double hung.
that's it.
And the
Okay.
plan to 4-inch pitch we changed to 7.
No,
No.
that's not Abby's motion. She's going to stick with the 4.
Just-
I should have broken another policy.
No,
The only person who's going to be looking at it is that guy right down there.
That's your vote?
no, I want
Okay,
that
so
too,
that's
but,
No problem.
yeah, I know.
It would, okay,
Thank you very much.
okay.
Thank you.
Well, we haven't taken a vote yet. You never know which way it's gonna go.
Right.
All those in favor of
All in
Abby's
fla-
motion?
Aye.
Aye. John, where are you?
I'm ready.
Are you?
Ready to go.
Okay.
You're on the
You're,
fence.
you are,
Anybody wants
you are a
to go,
stand-up
have it.
guy. Definitely a stand-up guy. Now you have your approval. Okay, is Ethan here? Or Ethan? What?
He's right here.
We're all right.
Yeah, no,
Thank you, John.
I'm looking for a different Ethan.
She's representing Ethan.
I'm Ethan.
No,
He's on vacation again.
so,
Unfortunately.
yeah, that guy's like,
He was never happy with me.
the life. But you are here to represent 14 Starbucks, right?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Chairman,
Yes,
just perhaps a point of clarification, getting to the lot and subdivision to the lot. But- So there's obviously differences between driveway easements, which I'm not sure, but I'm gonna guess that might be the case. Or a subdivision which has a road or a traveled way, and if that's endorsed by the planning board, a plan that says traveled way, then the HDC does have jurisdiction. If it's a driveway easement, the HDC does not have jurisdiction on somebody's property.
yes.
gonna be trespassing.
I'm aware of that.
Obviously,
Thank
I don't
you,
have the
thank you,
subdivision plan
John.
in front of me.
It's not, yeah,
Right.
it's not even an easement, it's just my driveway.
Well,
Right, it could, well,
so you're the last person on that chain?
I'm-
Because the way that it looks on the plan
Yeah.
is there's your piece of property and then contiguous with
Yeah,
your
that's
piece
just
of
how,
property.
it's just how the property was
Yeah,
subdivided.
yeah,
it very well could
okay.
be that.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes.
Okay, so we are now on to 14 Starbuck, and the first thing up is a shed, okay? Here we go, we have Matticat Advisory. Concerns at location. If shed is moved back, will become more visible. If shed remains in that location behind screening, the screening must remain and be maintained. If screening is removed, then shed should be moved back.
No screening, nothing.
Does that make sense to you, those comments? All right, well, maybe you can just tell us, incorporate that into what you're gonna tell us now.
Proposed.
All right, so there's the proposed
That's
shed.
just 200 square foot shed, and it's everything to match the house.
So we need your name for the record.
Oh, Katie Mitchell.
Katie Mitchell.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, but, so.
That's it, pretty simple.
So the doors face north, right? They face the side of the property. So north, so the west faces the road,
Colors or
To match the existing house.
which is,
I don't know. I'm just representing.
I see.
the natural and weather?
It's white trim, white sash,
There you go.
black doors. Garage doors will be natural.
Yeah.
Okay,
Nice.
okay. Anybody,
I've got nothing on this.
okay? Mr. Dutra, have you had a chance to look it over yet?
Yeah, no concerns.
Okay. How about you, Ms. Coombs?
If it's okay to put it in the front of the building, front of the property, it's a long way away from the existing building.
Here's where I'm confused, Diane, because there's some sort of reference to that in these Matticat advisory. It says if shed is moved back, it will become more visible.
Yeah, because of the line of the driveway.
Oh, okay,
And
and then
this
there
is
must
all
be
screened.
vegetation.
Yeah,
in there.
see?
Yeah, okay.
See the
Oh, all right,
picture?
got it.
So this has to be maintained.
So Matticat Advisory is actually recommending against moving it back because it's gonna become more visible.
As far as I know, no vegetation is being removed. All the
Can't
screening will stay.
imagine why they would. be.
Yeah, no, it's,
All right, let's see.
yeah.
And Diane, so did you have anything further?
No, if if they want it there, and it's because the screening is better, that's fine.
Okay, thanks. John?
Do you know where the flagpole is so I can get some?
The flagpole?
To the house.
I don't know where the flagpole is.
Flagpole, is it?
It's gotta be.
Where's the
next.
road?
It's right,
the
it's right
road.
in the circle.
Yeah, it's gotta be
Oh,
right
it's
there.
there, okay.
Yeah.
Choosing a nomenclature, the application is for a shed.
Yes.
Now, I don't think there's any problem with it, but it's got an 8-foot door, oh, a garage too, if you have it.
Oh, I think it's a zoning shed, so you're not allowed to have a
Think so?
zoning garage, you can only have a zoning shed. So with the condition that no cars can be parked in this.
I'd like to make
sound-
a motion with the screening staying in place.
Yes.
Sounds good.
as part of
Okay.
that.
So Abby has made a motion to approve this application as submitted, ensuring that the screening is, remains in place. All those in favor?
Aye.
Very good. And now we're on to we're gonna make a tour of Starbuck Road. We're down to 19 Starbuck Road now.
Windows and windows and doors.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay. Question number 1 from Connecticut Advisory. Is this an as-built? Is it built? Or you know,
This is built.
well, obviously. that's
Yeah, I think they're they're literally changing the windows from 6/1 to 8/1.
This must have been approved.
Wait a second.
Yeah, it's already been approved as far as what I was told.
Already been built. I don't know if it's been
Yeah.
approved, otherwise.
And interestingly, oh, well, maybe John has something to say about this. Are we talking about the first floor windows?
I think
Because the
it's
windows in the
second-
dormers are 6/1s.
I think it's the second floor windows.
Yeah, okay.
Ah.
All
So
right.
same with the garage, everything matched the main house,
Okay.
8/1.
Does not indicate that, but photos show 8/1 needs to be charged penalty, not $50 for as-built, exclamation point, 3 times. 8/1 not appropriate, original decision clearly states no 8/1. Only other possibility is by going to 8/1 and seeing rough opening. The panes match 6/1 better.
So these are 6/1.
Well,
And
here's-
these are
No,
6.
okay, so these are the ones that are in question. So look at,
That was approved. This
look
is
at the
what's in.
side elevation.
That's right.
It's an as-built.
I got the east elevation.
Okay.
Do you have that?
No, that's not.
I'm looking at
Well,
west
what
right
about
now.
those?
East.
No.
East
Two-
elevation's got a red
two sheets of the same
bubble around it,
stuff.
and it's a 4/4, so an 8.
Here we go. Okay. There we are.
So they were approved as
6/1.
6/1 and they put in 8/1s?
Mhm.
Tisk.
Yeah.
I got the one on the north and one on the south, one on the east. Or are they changing all the rest of them?
No.
They put them in, they got approved as 6/1s, but they put in 8/1s.
But not all over, right?
Not all over the place, just
The
on the
really
north
narrow,
and
the
south.
really narrow ones are still 6/1.
North and south and,
John, are these your
Kind of a
photographs?
mess.
Yes. That's my
what
photo.
are these? What happened here?
Those two are 8/1. You can see those in the picture. See that? Under the porch.
Those are 8/1s.
Well,
1,
no,
2,
no,
3,
no, but
4.
I think they were approved as 6/1. That's the whole reason this is in here.
Ew.
Okay? Hey, John. So you have two pictures. Is it safe to say that these two pictures represent how much of this house is visible from a public way?
Those, these are my photos. Those aren't mine.
Oh, these are not your photos.
Oh my God.
All right,
Oh dear.
who wants to start?
Well, I could go. I
Go
can,
ahead.
I can try something. I think it's unfortunate. Maybe I want to hear what everybody else says about a penalty, you know, because if you build what's not okay, then you have to pay the price. But I actually have no problem with the 8/1s.
Okay, thank you. Jesse, how about you, sir?
Yeah, I mean, I'm with Abby, and 8/1s, I think they could stay. I don't think we should force them to change back to 6/1s, but maybe, there has to be some type of penalty.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Which is the most, the 6/1s or the 8/1s? I would rather see them all either 8/1s or all 6/1s, not here and there.
I think the problem with that's an interesting concept, but I think that the 8/1 windows are wider than the 6/1 windows. So if you actually change the 6/1 windows to 8/1, the panes would be very, very.
So what about changing the 8/1s back to 6/1s?
Well, then that would be going back
That's
to what
what's
was
before us,
approved.
but-
Yeah, that's what we're here
But I
to
think it looks kind of
discuss.
crazy with 1 or 2 8s and.
I don't think it looks so bad. I mean, it's the front of the building, the second floor is 6/1s, and the bottom are 8/1s, and then it's just the sides. The sides mostly are 8/1s on the second floor.
So there's already 8/1s and 6/1s mixed in the original design, right? Wasn't there?
Not in the original.
Were there any 8/1s included in the
No,
original design?
I don't.
I think they were all 6/1s.
Yeah, they were all
Okay.
6/1.
I think they just didn't build what Ethan drew,
Yeah,
so.
I think that is correct.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I believe the first floor actually had 8/1s.
Approved?
Yeah, the Cs.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I think the
So
order
you-
got screwed up.
You got some mixed stuff there
Well,
already.
you know, the other thing, these are Anderson windows, and the last time I checked, like, if it's a certain window size, you don't have a choice of whether it's a 6 or an 8. It's the pattern, and the company decides. Unlike, Marvin, if you want to do a window that's ordinarily an 8 and you want to change it to a 6, they'll do it. They'll just charge you a little more money to do it. But Anderson does not have that option. So, anyway, that's just an aside.
So, Diane, the south elevation already has 8/1s, but the north elevation, it looks like they're mostly 6/1s, but the top ones got screwed up. So it's just.
So there, in the original approval, Diane, there were 8/1s and 6/1s.
Yeah, on the south, I have some 8s on the first floor, as you say. But I just wonder where they were poking the other 8s, sort of here and there. We have one in another south elevation. Now everything on the second floor except the little windows are all 8/8s.
8/1, yeah.
8/1s.
Yeah.
And the same with the north elevation. Except the F windows. I don't care which they want, it looks like they're trying to put it all together. So the question is whether we find them. How long ago did this get passed? Way back in 4/17.
Oh, really? That long ago? Wow.
Elevations including window designations was 4/13/17.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And on 4/27/17, it was changed 9 square windows to 6 light style.
Yeah, all the revisions took place in April and May of 2017.
So why was Connecticut so strong on no charge?
No, they were
They were strong
not
on
saying no
charging.
charge. They
Yeah.
they wanna,
They want to charge.
yeah, they want, oh, yeah.
Okay.
They're definitely, they wanna charge. John, what do you think about this?
Well, it's such a mix-max here that it makes it look like a little oddball house when you view it. If I had a suggestion on it, I would suggest that all 8/1s be on the first floor, 6/1s on the second floor, and your F windows, they're fixed, and that solves the problem. You got harmony with 1, 2 floors. I think it's
Well,
better
most
that
of-
way, the way it's
Johnny,
mixed up
look at
now.
your plans and see if you don't see that most of the second floors have now got 8/8s, except like in the east elevation because you've got those 2 dormers.
I think that would resolve the situation.
Can they go back from an 8 to a 6?
Yeah,
With difficulty.
there is.
In fact,
That's why he's not here.
Yeah, right.
I'm
Right.
sure he doesn't care if you wanna find them, you find them, I mean, he
Well,
didn't,
no,
they
but
didn't put in what he
I do
drew.
wanna discuss that, because we've been extremely inconsistent. Have you finished, John, by the way?
That's my recommendation.
Okay. So I wanna say a few things. One is, because these windows are black and they have black screens in them, I mean, honestly, if I were driving by this house, I wouldn't really have picked up if they're 8/1s or 6/1s. So to me, that's not a huge issue. In fact, the wider windows have 8s, and the narrow windows have 6. And as I said before, I believe that that's because those are the light configurations that Anderson offers for those various sizes, and you can't deviate from them. So in order to change this, they'd have to like change the manufacturer of the window or something. I can't even imagine what they'd have to do. So that's one thing. And then the second thing is the fine. We've been very inconsistent about this. So, you know, it was, first of all, it was like, it's a fine if it's an as-built, but it doesn't become an as-built until there's a sign-off on it. Well, there is no sign-off because John didn't sign off on it, so they have no C of O on it. So as far as we're concerned, this is a quote-unquote open permit.
So they
You know, the
can't get charged then?
Well, some people we have fined, and they don't seem to object to it just because they want to have the matter behind them. And then other people say, well, you know, it's an open permit, you can't fine me because it's open. And, you know, I think legally that's the correct position. So we have to get better about like being consistent on that.
I think there are 9 windows.
9 infractions,
yeah.
quote unquote.
Yeah, unless I have it wrong, because
Okay.
unless these 2 are okay, but I can't tell. But these 2
Those were
drawn.
wrong too.
They're
That's why
wrong.
they
Okay,
call
so they're 9 infractions.
9 8/1.
8/1.
That were
There was supposed to be
6
6.
over.
So you could kindly hear it. This
But
is a total joke.
I thought, I didn't remember
And destroy this
charging
island.
anybody
This
who
is an
had an
historic island,
infraction.
and these
If
people that are trying to
they're,
swim all just in there, you're gonna have the biggest
And
flood
it's still open?
was still open, I thought we let it go.
Couldn't we make a comment, could we say that the 8/1s are okay, and then if we do that today, and then, would
He said,
that,
no, I can't
not-
go till
then they
later.
wouldn't
I
be
said,
charged
why
if we
not?
okayed them
Because my
that way?
boss told me not to go.
Well, ironically,
I then
yes.
went to the planning board
Okay.
and
That
asked.
would be correct.
well, I'll make that motion then.
Because you said they were hard
I know
to
what's
see
going
because
on. This thing should never. be
Yeah,
there.
so
You destroyed
they
the
have that
whole
black
thing.
screen that you were just talking about when we were talking about the chimneys. So it's black sash behind a black
Here's my
screen,
question,
and
is there enough room in the
And the
when you have
single-
that kind of arrangement,
single pane down on the first, on the
Without
bottom,
that.
you're gonna see that.
Well, you,
By the
before
time
you
you
can
see that,
even answer
you're
what your
past the
question
window.
is,
yeah,
you should
I mean,
know if
I
all
don't
the
think
lots
that
that
it's
exist
worth
prior to this could even be
making
built
somebody
on.
miserable.
That's the
over,
biggest thing. You can't go selling something.
So anyway, I've got a motion.
Yeah, so there's a motion on the
Sad job,
table
that's
to
all I can
approve,
say. I will
the,
say one thing,
okay, all right.
Okay, will you mark the lot on there, where it is, please? Outline it.
What is it, 6109?
Where is Ethan?
I can't even see this. Six.
Do you want me to give it a try?
What? I'm very excited to say small.
What?
No, what is,
You're what?
I said I'm very excited.
You are?
Well, now I can't tell.
Well, that means you can't see far away?
this is supposed to be
Right.
the lot, lot
I
14
know
is
what's
right
over
there, okay? See
Oh.
that 1-4?
Well,
What did you just say?
I never wore my glasses. One,
And I marked it there. to
That's
make
a
sure.
1-4?
Yeah.
I can't even
years
see
of
that.
driving it.
No, no, my question
I
is,
used to be
that this is
nearsighted.
made
This
out
isn't-
to 14 Starbuck Road. And that road where 14 is on is Midland Avenue, that's all.
Well, John,
Yes,
the 14 Starbuck was the shed.
Yeah.
What we're talking about right now is 19 Starbuck. That, the window
I
thing.
read it as a 14, that's why, it's very hard
Okay,
to see on this.
so she actually has two on Starbuck. The first one, the shed, that we approved was at 14. The one that we're reviewing now is at 19.
Okay, I'm just
And the
curious.
one we're about to review, which I have a feeling is gonna be the same thing for the guest house.
These things are so dang small, you can't see them now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, but I've got a motion on the floor, so,
Well,
John?
the motion
I know.
hasn't been made.
yeah, no, I made one.
She made a
We were
motion,
starting to when he started talking.
I know, so my motion is to approve with the 9 going to 8/1. And no fee is to be
Okay.
paid because it's an
open,
open permit.
right.
Yes, we
Okay,
want to put that in.
all those
that
in
it's
favor
open.
of Abby's motion?
Jerry's writing it.
Aye.
Aye.
I'm okay with it. So, let's see, Jesse,
Yes.
you were okay?
Oh, yeah.
You good, okay.
I'm opposed.
Opposed, okay, so, and Diane, were you okay? You were
I
okay?
said okay.
Yeah, okay, so 3 in favor, 1 opposed. Now, let's try and make short work of this next one, because I believe it's
It's
the
exactly the
same
same thing, it's just for the
Okay.
garage.
Right, okay, so we have the same issue on the garage.
Thank you.
We can look at, I'm not gonna read Matticat advisory, oh, wait,
It's a gutter.
no, same thing.
Oh, sorry, there you go.
Oh, actually, there's a little bit more to this one. So this has, are you adding a little outdoor shower?
No.
Oh, what's that?
What's this?
What's this little caged in area?
That's gotta be existing, because it's not on,
AC and generator with fence. In the back.
Can we see the plan?
I don't get that thing.
What did they make, why did they make that so large?
No, it's not that large on here.
Yeah, I think they made a boo-boo.
Yeah, something wrong.
That is east elevation.
See, like, north is this way, so east is, no. If this is north, this is east.
Oh, this one was. Oh, sorry, north, south.
Right. So, let's see. East elevation, so this is showing on the north, which is this, but it's showing this thing sticking way out like this.
Yeah, I think they meant,
It's not right.
I think they meant to, like, do that.
Okay, everyone, there is something wrong with this drawing, okay? Hey, John, if you look at the east elevation,
Yes.
you see how there's sort of this two widths of fence, or two widths of fence coming out?
Yep.
The fence?
Yours is different than mine. Oh, that must be existing, huh?
What is that, this east?
Something weird.
That's larger scale too.
Oh. Wisconsin advisory says no
It
concern.
doesn't have that,
Madigan.
that fence down here where it belongs.
No, they only say that about one elevation.
See where that fence is?
Two different things. Hey, Diane,
Yes.
what is, turn to A5 for a second.
Oh, should they say the same thing? Fence is not.
A5, where did you put
A5.
A5?
Well, then you
I got
just on
A5.
A5, weren't you, John?
No, it had A4. This is A5, it doesn't have that neither.
No, that's,
A5,
that's the west elevation.
I got the east elevation.
That's the east.
Yeah, and so does yours show a big bubbled red fence right down here?
Up in the top of
Right,
the gable.
right here.
Yes, the big fence.
It does?
There it
Okay.
is. He was looking at the, this is the revisions. I don't know why it's,
Ah,
I don't think, these aren't Ethan's drawings.
Yeah. No, you got the revision right
So-
down there.
yeah,
I
okay.
don't understand, why does the fence have an R1 and the two windows in the upper gable have an R1?
It's a mess, that's why. It makes no sense.
It makes sense.
So,
Everything he repaired or
Definitely
changed
Should
has
we
an
just
R1.
hold this for?
yeah, you know what, hate to do this, but I think that, let's get them to fix this.
I don't know
Okay?
why there's even a bubble around it, because the only changes being made are to the windows.
Yeah.
Motion to hold for
'Cause
correct
it's
line.
literally just to match the house.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
Tell 'em
if
to
it
come
were
back.
that
It says
simple, it
the
would have
reason
been,
it's around it
Yeah.
is
okay,
it says
so-
reposition cedar fence.
Did you say a motion to
Enclosure
hold for
AC
correct
units
drawings?
and generator.
But I think that might have been on a previous
It's 7 o'clock. We have gone
application.
through 10 applications.
Yeah, it
I know.
doesn't make any sense, Diane.
We
So-
highlighted it.
Yeah. So I think that we need to hold this for corrected drawings. Can somebody make that motion?
Yeah,
for me?
Jesse did.
Oh, Jesse, you did? Sorry.
Aye.
All those in favor of Jesse's motion to hold for corrected drawings on this one?
Where's Ethan McMurrow?
Ethan,
On
He's busy.
vacation
He's
again.
tanning. He's tanning and golfing.
Bastard.
Golfing?
where?
Oh, he's down in Florida.
All right, gonna hold this one.
Okay.
Sunshine.
What?
Division.
Right. Yeah, can we go for
Oh,
It's
right,
past
break
7.
time. You're all set.
Okay, cool. I will
So we're
tell
holding
him
19,
the garage.
We are holding
garage.
19 garage for corrected drawings, thanks. And somebody, I believe, has suggested that we take a break because it's 7 o'clock. All those in favor? Aye. Okay,
7 o'clock, yeah.
yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
John, I don't know if you remember
And I'm gonna need to recuse from the next one.
Lily Mitchell.
you know,
Lily Mitchell.
this
That's
Reed,
my mom.
you
She
know,
says hi.
who owned that property
She's good.
that became Aurora
good.
Drive
Yeah.
That's great.
She's got
with
two
Seton
knees.
Lake.
Where's Ethan?
Florida.
What's that? Say it again, sir?
Florida.
Land
South.
that Aurora Drive
Yeah.
sits on.
He's always
Yeah.
on
I'm
vacation.
gonna go walk
Originally
around.
belonged to Seton Lake.
She's in.
I don't know who is that.
That's Hello Kitty.
You don't know who Seton Lake is?
I don't,
You
yeah.
got-
She's got a nice,
You don't-
nice spot.
Brian was
You gotta get
Seton
your
Lake
anime
was
characters.
well known and just
Tell her I've been
died
here.
99
She
years
knows.
old.
3 years.
Yeah.
Tell her I've been here.
Resident of Nantucket.
Okay.
And the house before my house, going into town, belongs to him, that property going down. Guy named Jalopy lives there. And he sold that piece of property and he built a house over on Friendship Lane. But that was a big piece of property.
Yeah.
He
Was
owned it lots and lots of time, so he was right next to Alan Holgate. And they had a good,
Well, you look at the 1935 aerial shot of that area. It's amazing. It's just all pastoral land with farmhouses.
right.
Where?
The Aurora Way. That
Oh, yeah.
You could see the property lines of Aurora Way. You can see those are the fence lines from the farms,
Right, 'cause-
and it's all pasture.
because
Yeah,
Bruce's,
it's amazing.
Bruce's
Just in
farm
that
is,
amount of
was a
time.
farm.
Yeah,
That's why the big barn is there, why it's always been referred to as the farm.
yeah. He's got the old dairy milking station is still there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sometime we'll get that rebuilt. Even.
Yeah, I like it. I like that idea. I know, you know Ralph from the NHA.
Yeah,
She works in the archives,
yeah.
and she owns the Henneke property right next door.
Oh,
So she pulled up some old aerials, and they were really fascinating because you can find, the footprint is still there from the property line.
older.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
I don't know you ever were here, so you knew where the Elegant Dump
That garage?
was.
The
Yeah,
burnt
we
swamp dump?
held it for
No,
corrected
the Elegant Dump
drawings.
was a restaurant,
Oh,
which is now 56 Union Street.
Yeah, right.
And Mike and Marty owned them. They were two very neat guys. I used to work for them. I used to cook. And they owned those little cottages to the left as you go in Aurora Drive. They rented out. And they owned them until they died.
it's beautiful back there now.
Yeah.
It's amazing that's happened in 60, 50, 35. Yeah, so 75 years, the transformation from back there. I mean, they're massive groves, tree groves, just,
Really?
yeah. Mostly just like pitch pines, but then you'll get your cedars, and there's a beautiful Tupelo grove back
I gotta
there.
drive back. I've
It's
never,
gorgeous.
like,
Well, the
literally
funny
never
thing
been-
is it's not really, although Land Bank owns it, because that was part of the development, to be able to do it was to donate half the land to Land Bank. It's landlocked, and the only one that can use it is myself and people from the junkyard.
Right.
Because,
That's not the junkyard. It's the farm.
well, what do you want to call it?
Holgate.
Anyways, because I'm from Aurora Way, it's all wetland. So now the Land Bank is trying to find a way to get back there and use it to open up the trails back there
Open up a trail.
on the Land Bank, on their land.
Oh, they need to get a physical thing that's not crossing a wetland.
Or build a bridge or something like that, yeah.
They have done that.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And it's beautiful back there.
I
When-
mean, like that bridge that goes over the pond.
Oh, yeah,
by,
down the Gardner property.
Exactly.
Yeah, so, yeah, and this would be a much smaller bridge, it'd be like the size of this table.
When Mark Burns allowed that piece of property next to Bruce's going out one, he didn't know that there was a stream running there.
Yeah, I think there's a spring back there.
There is, and it's all around. Well, you know where
Yeah.
his land gets all wet. It
Yeah.
all feeds into,
They turn the heat on.
The Comic Pond,
Yeah.
yeah, the ditch,
right.
yeah.
You know
But
what, I'm gonna
even in
murder.
August, there's a spot
Give you one
in those
guess.
brooks, because those brooks will dry up.
I just.
But there's one spot where even in August, you can hear like a pump running, like
Right.
running water.
Because then you
Tell
get
me what
that
size
little
your phone
stream. I
is,
think it's
so I
all
can
part
get
of the
you
same
one of
stream.
these.
You know, just as you go into Millbrook, there's that stream where
Yep.
mailboxes are. It's a pretty good stream in the spring.
match
And that comes
It's a 7+.
underneath in the culvert.
Yep,
That's what it's called, a 7+.
And then the culvert
plus?
ends, but I think the stream doesn't.
It's a,
yeah.
So then it forces its way down to those people's property.
7+.
And somebody let them fill that in.
You don't need
That's
an
why there's all that
extra
sand there. They
for
filled it in on top of the wetlands.
Yeah, all that's filled in.
It's literally
Swain's
called
Pond.
a 7+.
That's just
Yeah.
Okay.
he dug
Never
that.
heard of that.
We're on to like the iPhone X, right? You're still on the 7 Plus?
I got a flip phone.
I'm fine
Hello?
with my 7 Plus.
I've got a 7, I'm happy with it, just when I was like, what was 7?
What's this?
I've never
I wonder
heard
what
of
this
that.
is.
Hello Kitty.
Ah, are we back in session?
We'll be back in a second.
It would appear that we are. So, I need to, where's, Ethan? He was just here. Oh, there you are. Okay. So I need to recuse from this one. So Diane, you want to share it?
Yep. Which one's this?
This is 91 Low Beach
Oh, yeah.
Road.
Who is this one? This is Aloha?
Aloha, yeah.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Oh, evening. All right, good evening.
What, would you like to tell us what
Sure.
we should look for?
Yes. So this is just part of a kind of an HEC cleanup. We realized that it didn't appear to be any gutters specified on any of the previous approvals. The owner would like copper gutters. We looked at the best way to kind of implement that because the story and a half massive, so there's dormers everywhere and lots of breakups in the eaves. It actually would the whole project be best served by just running the gutters along the porch eaves, essentially.
The front one?
Correct. So the porch kind of wraps around the front and the sides. There also is one segment on the back that's porch, but we'd also like to add a gutter too. So really, the gutter will kind of appear as part of the eave detail. It's pretty limited visibility. You can certainly see it from one corner, which you can see on the cover sheet. That's probably the best view of the building. It's about 220 feet from the road, a little further from that vantage point, actually quite a bit further. But again, we really want to just kind of restrict it to just the eave of the porch.
Of the porch all the way around?
Correct, wrapping it, everywhere there's porch eave, that's where we'll put the gutter.
And it'll match the color of the trim?
The color of the trim is white, and we're proposing copper gutters.
Copper.
Oh, copper, okay.
What's that gonna look like?
What's it gonna look like?
When it sort of turns oxygen?
Yeah, I mean, it won't be shiny.
Oh, all right.
There was a house done on 45 Cliff Road, and they put on copper gutters, and some of the people complained, but you wouldn't know what they were.
Ask me.
Johnny, what would you like to have? He's asking for copper gutters on the front and going around the corners, following the porch.
All four sides, right?
Correct. It wraps 3 sides, and then there's one segment on the rear that's sort of an independent porch that we're also proposed to have gutters.
This one.
Correct. Yep. And then on the back side, I think, you highlighted it right there. Yep.
Did they have any on now?
No, currently.
You okay with that? So can I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Mark. Where'd Mark? There's Mark.
Evening, everybody.
Color change.
Where you been hiding, Florida?
Oh, Arizona.
Yeah.
Wyoming, South Dakota, Arizona.
I think you're hiding. It looks good though.
What do they say?
Okay. HSAB says, prefer trim as is, okay with door color change. That's a preference.
Oh, this,
But so, what are we doing with this one, Mark?
Well, the current owner, new owner of the property, would like to change the trim to white, which is in the old historic district, certainly an approved HTC color.
is it, wait,
Yes, it is an approved color.
is
Oh, here's the color.
McKay Way
So there's the.
It's next to Lola's. It's on the other side of McKay Way from
It goes
Lola's.
down to the,
Not right next to Lola, right?
No.
It's right next to the.
That's the color.
It used to be,
Or existing color, right?
oh my gosh.
I thought you said you wanted to change it to
I'm
white.
sorry, I'm drawing a blank, but I know the house. So, this is the inn, or the big Victorian.
The big Victorian Inn is across the street from it.
That's getting
Huge,
renovated now.
renovation now.
Yeah,
It
and this
goes
is a
right-
little one-story building.
Surrounded by a big hedge.
It's surrounded by Silver Beach and down Harbor View.
Yeah,
To
yeah,
the
so-
town landing.
They want to go trim to white, and there was something about the front door, Mark.
Yes, if you look at the application form, you'll see the color chip. It's kind of a blue-green.
Very pretty.
Okay. Comments from the board?
My comment, yes, it's an improved color, and there's quite a bit of it in that area.
Certainly is. No shortage of white. Thank you, John. Anyone else?
The window's gonna be painted white too?
Yes.
Okay. And the front door, I don't
And there
have
was
a
one
chip.
other item. You'll
Oh.
see that there are a couple of shutters that flank the front door.
Yeah.
And the shutters aren't the whole height of the door.
Right,
They're
next-
window shutters. And they
Up on the
look
bottom.
really queer.
Yeah.
So they want to remove them.
That's
Oh,
not a
just
bad
remove
idea.
them.
Is
Yeah.
it, does this building have any
Diane.
historic significance?
That's the front
Oh,
door color. You see
okay.
that?
Is it, what's the date of the building?
I have, actually I have no idea because I didn't think it was pertinent to a color change.
Well, it's just that, we're, these old gray with red sashes are, they used to be everywhere. They're sort of, what I'm
Yeah,
talking
I mean,
about?
I like that, I like the gray with the red, but is white approvable is the question.
Well, I just wanted to know if it was a historic house, because, I don't know.
Well, it's not a new house, let's put it that way.
I'll reserve judgment.
Mr. Dutra, what opinion do you have on this?
I would be okay with it.
Okay. And Diane?
Well, if we could look it up on somebody's computer as to the age of the house, I think that Abby is right. There are very few left of the old gray and red.
Give you a lot of sign
So is somebody taking care of that?
I don't know how to do that. Go to the GIS and then.
Go to
Go
map,
into the
map geo
map,
to the address, go to the records, assessors
MHA
records, and it'll
and
give you
their-
a circa date.
Well, if it's like a little 1800s house, I'd like to keep it, one of those more subdued colors. It's just my own.
Is somebody looking this up?
Yeah. Yep. What's the address again?
2 McKay Way, also known as 8 South B Street, but 2 McKay is the assessor's record. MACKAY.
But if it's like 1980, white is fine, but
Oh, it's not gonna.
No,
be
it's not.
1980.
It's no way. It's
way.
1980.
It's
Is it
probably.
1 or 2 McKay Way? We have it as
It's
1 McKay?
it's 2 McKay.
It's 2?
I'm gonna guess that it's probably from the 30s or the 40s.
I would say so myself.
like
If that
those little.
house was built there in 1830s, your first floor would be underwater now.
No, seriously.
The assessor says 1960.
60.
CA.
Well, that's the assessor, but
He would know building.
You wouldn't dispute the assessor's records, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
oh
Well,
God, no. You're only wrong 100% of the time. Is that all we have, though?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah,
did
that's
you go
all
on
I
the
have.
GIS? You just want the GIS?
Yeah.
That's all I did. I would.
Maybe it's 18.
It's not in 1800s.
If I stood there in the 1830s, I'd be drowning.
well,
Were you 25 back then?
All right, so we're not getting any further information on this at the moment.
I just said
So we ought,
1960.
So,
right.
so we'll go for, I make a motion to approve it white with blue, soft blue front door.
Oh, okay, that's easy. All those in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll hold judgment on that one,
You
thank you.
hold judgment?
Abstain?
You're gonna abstain? Okay, so 4 in favor, 1 abstention.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
And, okay, next up, 12 Mount Vernon. This is,
That is the, McRae thing.
yeah, that's right.
Doesn't that usually go to,
Yeah, I don't know.
Diane? Oh, they gave it to us for the
How'd it go
color
there?
of the door.
I see, yeah.
A lot of fireworks down there tonight.
Is it?
Yeah, I wish it was
Sad to
firing
miss
up
it.
here, it's freezing.
I do find
How
it
did turn up how did you turn up the heat?
Magic
Before.
fingers.
Could you magic over there?
Yeah, I'll work it.
Give that to Diane.
Okay, here, you wanna open that up?
That's yours.
Thank you. Where is this from?
You have to rotate, so I guess you can let Steve sit on
Turkey
it.
and two.
Just done it.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody ready for HSAB comments on this
That's what they
application?
need, though.
Yep.
Oh, gosh. Let's see, so you're officially back.
Hello.
Let's stick with Jesse on this one, and then you'll be the next in the rotation.
I'll deal with the
Okay,
Could you,
okay, so is everybody ready for HSAB comments on this?
Yep.
All right. Says, 2 stories inappropriate since main house is a story and a half, eve height, preferable at story and a half better. 7 by 12 panes, too tall and skinny. Something pane size, better pane size similar to A windows. Would like to see windows on east elevation. Okay, you want
Is this an application? Oh, here it is.
May I give a
Yeah, please
brief
do.
presentation?
Yeah, thanks.
I would make a suggestion based on what I consider are an ill-proportioned structure, that you do a viewing, because this building is not visible from any public way. It's masked by the house.
Uh-huh,
It's surrounded by 10-foot tall hedges,
uh-huh.
and you can't see it, and that's evidence from the photographs that I've taken and presented to you.
Because, is it replacing this guy?
No, we're building on top of that.
Oh.
We're widening it by 6 feet,
Well,
and we're
okay, so
building on top of it.
okay, so this makes it pretty easy then, because we actually have a building there
Yes.
already that we can use as a frame of reference.
Right,
So
and
if we can
it's
see the
not a full
building-
2-story building either. It's 20 feet tall.
okay, but you know what, I'm gonna ask for a view, but
Yes,
I know
absolutely.
this property really
do?
well. Yes,
You
I
do?
do. And I'm not gonna tell you why, but
Okay.
I think it's way too tall, and it does compete with the main house. And I think that the structure that's on there now is the appropriate size. So, and I would like to call for it so everybody can see the view.
All right, is there any further comment on this? Because I really believe that we should view this.
We can put up a height pole to 20 feet
Hey,
on the
could
building.
you do it on each?
Oh, yeah.
Each gable?
Yeah, yeah.
What is the height of the main building?
The height of the main mast of the main building is 24 feet tall.
Okay.
Okay, I
Well,
think that should
I at the
satisfy.
moment am with Abby, is that it's out of proportion and too tall.
I can't
I think-
disagree with you.
Yeah, Mark agrees with that. He's arguing that it's not visible, so. we
That's
should-
the only
we should
thing I can
test
couch
that
this
theory.
as.
So I made a motion for a
Possibly
view, John.
Okay, I have a comment.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead.
You said it's 22 feet tall,
No, the house. This is 20 feet tall, 19 feet 11.
1911. okay.
Yeah, the front of the house is 24 feet tall.
Okay, what was the motion?
To view with height poles on either side of the gable of the existing
Yep.
single-story shed. Good?
Yeah.
All those in favor of Abby's motion?
John, do I have to sign this up?
Yes.
You need to tell them when the height poles are.
And for the viewing, I'd just like to mention that the house next door there's a house in the back next door, and that seems to be the appropriate height. it's because it's secondary to the main mass of the house next
Do
door.
you mean the one on Joy
10.
Street?
No, 10.
Oh.
10 Mount Vernon. This is
Got it.
12.
Got it.
There's a house in the back of 10, and it's it seems the appropriate size.
Okay.
So when
Thank
you're
you.
viewing,
Unfortunately, we're trying to work with an existing structure.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we would do something different.
Steve, turn up the
Okay.
heat.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Nice seeing you. Did we have anybody here for 14?
We do.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
14 what?
Mizzen mast.
Oh,
And this is Steve.
My name's
No, Steve is
Welcome.
your associate.
Yes, thank you.
Stephen Wolf will be your associate tonight. So,
Your 5-person board is right here. Okay.
with the assistance of
Okay,
Susan Ness.
so tell us about your fence.
All right, so the idea is we have a bunch of dogs. They're very athletic. They're bred for work, and I don't want them running over the neighbor's property, digging holes, etc., and causing mayhem. I want to contain them. So the idea we have is we don't want to put the fence visible from the road. We don't want it fence in the whole property at all. We want to keep the dogs also off my dad's flowers and whatnot, you know what I mean? So I live in the apartment garage above, so we would like to block off the area of grass behind the apartment garage. So essentially, the house and garage are pushed back from the road, and we'd like to just basically cut half of that backyard a little bit and fence that, keeping the breezeway open to walk through, you know what I mean? So I don't believe you'd see it from the road. I have, the consent of both neighbors. They love the idea. That's
So
the idea.
basically, it's this area right here. And it's how high?
It's a 5-foot tall fence plus the 1-foot lattice, and we would be going wood.
Oh,
If any of those say chain
I
link-
thought I read
It was
chain
we
link zone.
we changed the idea back to wood. It was going back and forth for a little while, but the
Okay,
idea is
but
wood.
So the entire fence would be what we call a 5-in-1 fence?
Totaling 6 feet.
Yeah.
Yes,
5 feet of board with another foot of lattice above it.
that's the fence.
right.
Is anybody, okay.
I'll start with the issue.
All right, go ahead, Diane.
Is that you would have a hard time seeing this from Rudder Lane, which is looking at the back of your house on Mizzen Mass.
I
So,
see.
And it's not inappropriate in that area to have a fence in that thing, so I can't see any harm in having it. And I'm not big on 5-foot fences, but I think where you've got it, it's gonna work.
Yeah, these dogs, I mean, I'm telling you, they could jump a 6-foot fence, but they're
Right.
not likely to. But I'll tell you, if it's a 4-foot fence, they're going over
Right.
it. And also, I have, they're all, intact females, and I have an intact male, right? So I can't have another dog jump the fence and come over and do anything with my females, you know what I mean?
you've got
I gotta protect them. I wanna keep dogs out and keep mine in.
That's a lot of information.
Yeah, and you know what? Next
I
to Phil's
like that. That
house
was pretty
is
good.
that guy's got
Intact.
chickens.
Intact.
And he has his chickens, the breeding dog. But he has his chickens in a chicken tractor that he moves in his lawn, and I don't want my dogs running over and messing with his chickens. My other neighbor wants to have free range chickens. I love the idea of it, but I got to keep those dogs from chasing them. You know what I mean?
I
Okay,
do.
so Diane, sounds you're,
You can't see it from Rudder. I was the mailman there for,
yeah. Okay,
and I know
I feel like I remember that
pretty
too.
well. Yeah.
thank
remember
you.
that.
Stephen?
Yeah, I have no concerns, and in the interest of keeping things intact, I think we should move on.
You guys love that, right?
No.
That's funny.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Non-painted, so keep it natural, right?
Natural.
Natural, yeah, no paint.
And,
No
and
paint.
not diamond-shaped lattice, just,
You want these
Yeah, squared off.
boxes?
Square.
Okay, not diamond.
you know where they put the diamonds?
I was gonna get it
On
from
the
Marine Home Center.
hospital. They put the lattice diamonds.
Did they?
They did.
They must have been looking
Oh,
for the
well,
old
make them take
pictures.
it down.
Well, you know the panels they sell at Marine Home Center? The 5+1, that's what I'm getting.
Yeah.
Okay,
Motion to approve with
Second.
lattice on the, what do you call that? 90-degree lattice? What do you-
Square.
Squared off.
Lattice.
Square lattice.
Vertical, horizontal.
All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, there you go.
That's it?
You're all
Thank
set.
you.
I don't need anything else. I'm out of here. Go build the boat.
What kind of dogs you got?
You need a building
They're
permit.
Belgian Shepherds.
I don't know, do
Belgian
you need a
Malinois.
building permit for this?
Zoning permit.
Okay, 10 Dock Rider, anybody? There we go.
Good luck with it.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
How you doing? Rooftop solar, all right. Okay, so your associate on this project, on your application is gonna be Mr. Dutra.
Should we have him sign it while he's here, Sean?
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you, thank you.
Hey. Hey.
The GIS map is old. Number 12 actually has a house on it now.
Oh my God, it's the only day that snowed on Nantucket. You took these pictures.
And 12 is Ed Sanford's house, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is
These are
Photoshop.
these are pool solar. Yeah.
Okay, so, I think I know what I'm looking at. Like the panels face towards Ed Sanford's house.
Right, over towards the golf course.
Sorta, kinda. It
Yeah.
faces more towards Ed's house than.
Correct, right.
Oh. Okay.
Because the way our houses are sitting, you can actually see it better from the golf course over.
Oh, so these are not photovoltaic, these are hydronic, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So there would be all.
So guys, unlike most of the panels that we're approving these days, these are not to generate electricity. These are basically making hot water. I mean, the look is approximately the same.
They sit a little flatter. They don't have that. They don't lift
They
off.
don't have the lift.
But then you get the tubes on the.
Those ones in Mattakit do.
Pool?
Oh my God, yeah, those are huge.
Have we have them so they
They,
hit and don't have the
they're not
gap
Yeah.
between each
So
panel?
yeah.
Oh.
Can they install them close?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hoping they are.
Well, see, that picture, I think it's of the little guest house, has spaces in between them.
Yeah, I think that's just a representative shot of what they could look like. But I think the spacing on my roof, he has to put them as close as possible.
Do you have a picture of the,
How many panels are you looking at?
5.
It's
4
here.
by
8.
4 by 12, I think.
Oh, 12.
That's a GIS, photo,
Yeah,
satellite
that's
photo.
kinda-
So he photoshopped them onto the roof.
and then who is, let's see.
Yeah, yeah.
Huh?
Yep.
There's Doc Rod.
Nobody signed the application.
He signed the original.
Huh?
They had him sign
House
the original.
here that I
Okay, no problem then.
He's just asking for your autograph.
What color are your roof shingles?
Black.
Right answer.
That's the right answer.
That's the right answer. Okay, anybody want to opine on this?
I mean, it's facing the neighbor's driveway. I mean, I don't think it's going to be seen anyways.
Oh, Ed Sanford's gonna have a fit, but I'm kidding.
No, he doesn't.
He won't care.
Really? Isn't he a real estate person?
He looks good. He looks good. Good point. Yes, John. What do you think about his array?
Motion to approve, matches the roof.
It does match the roof. I'm gonna hold your motion just to see if anybody else has an opinion. Anyone else? Stephen, you're not on this, right? Okay, so, Jesse, anything?
No, I think it's an acceptable application and have no concerns.
All right. If no one has any objections, I can pull up John's motion. Is that all right?
I'm gonna abstain.
You're gonna abstain? Okay, well, all those in favor of John's motion to approve? Aye.
Aye. I mean,
You said you abstain.
Abstain?
All right.
I abstain.
Thank
I
you.
don't think I'd want to see them.
You got it,
Like,
thanks.
If I were living next to him, I don't think I'd want to see
I
them.
know. Okay, 38 Main.
That's nice.
Is anyone here
What?
for 38 Main?
That's why she abstained instead of saying no.
Nobody here for 38 Main. All right,
Wow.
so let's,
Motion to hold for representation?
thank you so much. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, Mark Catone.
Yes.
Let's see.
Hey there.
Good timing.
Yeah.
Stephen,
Yes, sir.
the meeting is still in full swing down there?
They're wrapping up a rather contentious series of events.
They're wrapping.
Did anybody get
They're
anybody?
And I missed the
else?
fireworks.
Oh, you missed
Oh,
it.
really?
So you were here?
I guess it started out rather rocky
Oh, wow.
Oh,
with a request, which would have ultimately ended in a denial, but thankfully they didn't do that because they would have had a very weak legal position if they had.
Interesting. I can't
So
believe
they
you were-
denied the application.
That's the reason.
Yeah, towards the end.
Denied the application.
Okay, Mark.
Yeah, so this is located 16 Wayne
Sorry,
Street.
just for the record, Stephen is sitting on this one. You're alternating.
Yep.
Okay.
Win. Is that near, that's from
It's near Loon's Street. Loon's.
They had actually, contractor requested an inspection, and John flagged, in fact, these are his photographs on page 821. Unlike the drawings we originally had approved, they ran the header over the window, so you end up with more shingle course above. Yeah. We've run into this now in 2 projects, and we've now specifically got a detail to avoid this going forward. There's no gain in the house, they don't gain head area or extra space necessarily.
We just get the
anyway.
dormer popped up.
Yeah, it just, and they're on the sides, fortunately they're not on the front, but it would be pretty arduous to certainly modify at this stage.
Yeah, I know.
So you can see the conditions of the actual photos, and we modified the drawings just to reflect the condition.
Yeah. Funny, I drove by this house this morning. Okay.
looks a lot worse in the drawing. I mean, in
Yeah, maybe
reality, it
so,
doesn't
yeah, the
look as
photos,
bad.
but, yeah, you're looking at it straight on.
On this plan, where's the tree?
It wasn't historic in any fashion. The one in the back?
The big tree was
It wa-
protected.
We checked
It
with
was
the,
protected because it was protected by the owner and given to the town. And if you cut that down,
I don't think that tree was. We checked.
is this
That's
for
Mark's
Anna
way of
Maria?
saying that it's not there.
It's
and-
certainly not there because the pool was approved in its location, but it's,
Where was the tree?
Must have been in the
It was
back.
over in the backyard.
Just gonna get out of the way here.
You can see it on the town plan.
Oh,
I mean, it was owned by,
Mark, is this it? It sort of very vaguely shows up on the aerial.
maybe
What's
in
he
the
gonna do
back
now?
there.
In the back of the property, right,
I know
Diane?
where it is, yes.
No, I'm asking you.
Yes.
If it's in the far back, it might still be there. I don't, they,
Certainly could be, because
yeah,
it's not
'cause we didn't
nowhere
do any-
near the
We didn't do any
pool.
clearings at the far end.
I just warn you, it is
What
a
kind of tree is it?
protected tree. It's not an elm tree.
It's one of those
It's a huge tree.
prestigious.
Anna
sycamore
Maria
names.
Santoro lived there, and it was there, they built around it, you know, didn't disturb any of the roots or anything else.
Well, I'm sorry it happened, but I don't think it's that egregious. Do you agree, John?
She's asking you. She wants to know, she wants to vote your way, so she wants to know what you think about it.
To vote my way.
Well, I think the drawings look worse than reality.
As long as the meeting rails match up with the so-called gutter line, the fascia board. the only thing you want, is that one
No,
It's two dormers, three dormers, excuse me.
John,
Yeah.
the difference between what was built and what was approved was, you see, if you look at the windows in the dormers, see how from the top of the window to the dormer eave, there's no shingles?
Yeah.
Now, if you look at the pictures, you'll see that there's a couple of shingle courses between the window and the eave.
Yeah.
That's what he's here for.
2 to be exact.
Yeah, it's an as-built condition.
I don't know about the drum, but I think the size of the windows are the same as the others,
They are,
the bead windows.
yes.
Yeah,
The windows are the same size.
changed there.
This front matches the rails, I would say. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, how do you make a motion to,
Let me make sure. So Jesse's rolling up.
are you okay with it?
Okay, Diane.
Yeah,
Other than the tree massacre. And Abby, you're okay?
Yeah.
So just don't do it again?
Yeah, we didn't like to see it either. so.
No,
We agree with
no,
that.
I got it.
Motion for approval.
And, okay, thank you, John. All those in favor of John's motion?
Oh, you're gonna look at
Aye.
that.
Okay, Brooke,
Hey, dude, you're taking away one of the most favorite things of my whole night here is tossing the plans down.
Morgan,
Don't get much enjoyment.
Motion was made on that?
yeah, you. go
Save your
ahead.
energy
John
for the
made
day
the
work.
motion
It was supposed to be.
to approve.
I'm sorry.
It was approved, right?
It was approved, yes.
Okay, so I don't need to write it.
Johnny, good, how are you?
Welcome, Brooke.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's great.
I didn't even feel it.
13.
Jacket.
Yeah, I'm wearing it.
Uh-oh.
You don't need any more cars.
No, no more cars. Thank you. So, Brooke Webergen for the applicant, we would like to revisit the roof walk. I understand that a few of you went out to view the site. Is that correct?
I don't remember this. Where's Morgan Square?
At the end of Field Avenue, way
Down next to the school
South Shore
there.
Road.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh,
It's on your way to a really nice beach.
by dirt road.
beach, you have to take all your clothes off at, right?
Yes.
No, that's right
You
next
can
to
bring a
it.
sweater.
A long sweater.
I know, I always wear a sweater.
You might want a shawl this time of the year.
All right.
So this was actually held, this was presented with the roof walk during the first application. There was a request to hold the roof walk for framing. The building is framed. My understanding from the builder was that several people, and I'm assuming it was from the HDC, had gone by to look at this.
Recently?
Yeah, like this past weekend.
This was on the View?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so we're back for the roof walk. And,
All right.
Removing the clipped gables, natural to weather.
The whole bit?
No, the roof walk will be natural to weather. I think the trim
Well,
is.
that's what I meant, but.
Is, I think it's a Quaker Bay or something, sort of something or other.
And the skirt is painted or?
Natural to weather.
I should clarify the board too on this. Stephen is on this one.
Okay.
Comments from anyone?
I'm okay with it, but I don't know if I'm on it.
No, you're on it.
I am okay. I'm
Well,
okay with it.
That was already approved.
It's a new application,
Okay.
so you're on everything that's the regular board.
You.
I'm down with it, meaning
You.
Diane, where are you on this?
Yeah, what happened? You don't get voted back in.
Yes.
I just wondered whether it needed to be so long. It has no chimney up there, so it's sort of sitting up there all by its little one piece. How long is it?
Well, it does follow the 1/3 rule.
It is.
I think
It
it's
is
16
Oh, I
feet.
disagree.
All right, fine, we'll knock a foot off of it.
No, I mean, could you put the scale to that?
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
To be a third, you gotta knock like 3 feet off.
All right.
Well, just leave it.
36.
3.5. It's not
16.
Well, I'm gonna get to you, John, because I knew you were gonna say that.
We don't want a
I'm sorry,
skippy
Stephen,
thing
what
up
was the
there.
36 overall, 16.
16 by 36.
A little,
Okay, so it's 36, that allows for 12.
a little bit
Right.
long.
Little bit
4
long.
4 feet.
I'm gonna get you a calculator.
Make a motion.
If we reduce
Okay,
Well,
all right.
We could reduce it
So
to 14.
Diane, you're in favor of making it shorter
Yes.
to obey the 1/3 rule.
16.
And if it's 12 long, it should be, what, 8 wide, right?
It should be 8 wide, but I think it is 8 wide,
Okay.
or close to it.
Up this way.
Maybe 9.
But otherwise, they can have a T down up here.
I think it's like 8.6 or 8.9.
Stephen,
I think, yeah, good with it. With the reduction.
all right, and
Reduction to what?
John,
1/3.
you don't like the fact that it's on a 1.5-story house. Or I should,
It's not really like that.
I know, I said that wrong. Yeah.
Just 1 3/4 stories.
So you want it to be 12? Is that what you're saying?
12
Well,
by
that 12
8
is
by
the,
12 would
12
be the,
would be in
Third.
accordance with the 1/3 of the ridge,
and
which
it
is
is a story and a
36
half.
feet.
And I'm
sorry,
fine
I
with
missed
that. I'm fine with 8 by 12.
All right, so John has voiced his concern for this being on a so-called 1.5-story house. I'm actually okay with it. You know, frankly, it's really way off the beaten path, and it's also natural weather, and it sounds like our applicant is willing to get it down to the 1/3, which is 12 feet rather than 16. Can I have a motion on this one?
May I ask you one question before we go in? Do you think that the skirt is necessary?
Yes.
That means he's hiding his access
Right.
there.
Something
And
he's got going on there.
it's all natural weather, the whole thing.
The roof is natural to weather as well. I mean, it's just gonna be a big blob of wood.
Blendy.
All right, so, do we have a motion yet?
Yeah, I think that's Diane's motion, isn't it, with the 12 by whatever?
12 by 8, right.
Through staff?
Yeah. Okay, so Diane's motion is to approve this natural to weather and being 12 feet long rather than 16. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Due to its remote location.
Yes, I think that's important.
See if you can find
I've been
it.
down that road once, maybe twice.
There are horses down
Okay, okay, there you go. Oh, and Brooke has a few more on Ellen's Way.
I do.
Now, now it's moving to Jesse.
Thank you.
And Jesse, because all 3 of these applications, I believe, are for the same piece of property, are they not? Yeah. So you'll sit on all that bluefin stuff.
Okey dokey. Yeah, way back there now. What's that up front?
Turquoise doors and hot pink trim.
Motion to approve.
I see it. So
I'll let you do it.
I got it. I got it.
Did you hear? The colors are purple and yellow.
It's the second or third one in on the left, I think. Third or fourth one in on the left.
Yeah.
The studio will be sitting right across from the large glass doors, so they're really going to be minimally visible. Plus, there's a pool fence there. It's going to block that.
Ellen's Way.
No, but I mean, is this the new dwelling?
Yeah. This is the house, and I think we got a studio and a pool, maybe? Yeah.
What's this cable railing stuff?
Can't see it.
Is the north.
Oh, that's why you said that about the doors on the west elevation?
Because you can see through it? Is that why you can't see it?
They're invisible.
So,
They're trendy.
Yes, they are. Not my preference, but.
hey, Brooke,
Yes, sir.
so, what's this? What's that road right there?
I don't know. I think that.
My Comet
This is
Road,
my Comet Road is the one running right down by the pond. there.
right, and that was the driveway, and they opened it up and made it Ellen's Way.
Okay, and what I see on this little locust plan is there's another road that goes basically right behind this
I think
property.
that's a fire road.
That
And it's
is
got
not a
gate
real
on it.
road.
Oh, it's not a road?
It's got a gate on it.
Key ticket room.
Okay.
It opens up the center of the land that goes up to the, Vieras and all that.
Okay. So it's unlikely that we would see this from the back.
No, I don't think so,
Okay. Thank you.
because they own a lot of land.
Yeah, I believe it's a cluster subdivision.
Yeah,
Well, that's cluster subdivision road, right?
Ellen's Way is.
That
the-
road is I think it's a fire road access. If you drive down there, there's a big metal gate that says "Do not trespass."
Unless you're HD.
The
Right.
Vieras
Unless you're
back
John.
way out of getting out of their property that they don't use anymore because they sold the property off.
What are you going to say?
We're looking at the house right now.
Here's the
right?
front.
The main house.
And then, oh, I see, he's gonna try and block the pool with this fence. And the cottage sits over here.
Well, we're just doing the house.
I know,
This is
I know,
where
I'm
that
just trying
cable
to
railing
get-
is right here, right?
There it is.
Oh, that's ugly.
Right here.
What?
Come on.
If you
Brooke,
go on
this is where
down,
the cable railing is, right?
Ray, if you
Yes.
go down a little bit further, you come to, Pond Road, off my Comet
Yeah.
Road.
This is a 25-foot building.
Blue
Just,
Pond.
it's a 25-foot building as well.
25 feet high.
Yes, that's its tallest point.
So it's like
Everything
a
else is
storm.
less.
Okay. That's very much a story. Okay. Okay, what are our colors and all that?
I think we have cobblestone. It should say on the window schedule. Cobblestone and black.
Black sash, cobblestone casings?
Yeah, trim. All trim work is cobblestone.
I see. Yeah.
Everybody's painting the houses black.
Everybody. Yeah, there's a run on black.
Well, can I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the only objection I have is the cable railing. I think that could be either shingled or
Baluster.
balustered, either way.
Okay, that was it.
Fine with that.
That's it.
Okay, how about you, Jesse?
That's it with me too. I think you'll see the cable railing, and I would prefer baluster over shingles.
Okay. Diane?
Me too.
Cable rail.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the cable railing is visible and it's where its location is. I think it's
Yeah, it's on the side of the
not
pole.
typical to have the cable at once. There's one ensconced it behind bushes and I know of as well.
I think you put
Sounds
it
like
to
everybody
distract
hates the cable.
I'd never do that.
Okay, so we're gonna get rid of the
That's not it
cable.
for that.
We're gonna get rid of the cable, and is there anything else?
Balustrade or shingles?
I'd like to give my client a choice, so if you would approve it as baluster.
Either way,
or
that's my
shingle.
motion.
And I will make it the studio to match because it's the same situation.
Okay.
Motion hold for revision.
Well,
No.
she's made a motion to approve it, changing the cable rail to either balusters or shingled wall. Okay? All right.
It's a beautiful drawing.
Okay, so the motion is on the table. No cable rail. We're going to switch the porch or the deck on the second floor to either a parapet wall shingled or balusters. All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Very good. Okay, guest studio garage.
Use a roast beef sandwich or something.
I know. I'm hungry. Oh my God, Ruben. That'd be so good.
Now I know what to
I
bring
had a
here.
Kitty's burger delivered
Did you?
at the break.
I thought you did. I
They
thought I smelled
deliver.
it.
Well, I had someone deliver it. But
He knows
because
the
it's
guy.
Tuesday
No, they do
night. It
that
was
now. They do like
$5.
the eats thing.
I
That
was like,
thing
I
is
got
the
to eat.
best.
I was
That's
dying.
so cool.
So I texted and then
They're so quick and so cheap.
Okay,
Is there another copy of that?
here's our cable rail again.
Where's that fence?
it's like someone came home late from the chicken box and parked in the garage.
Oh.
Good.
Yeah.
I'd like to go first and say that the only objection is the cable railing. I believe that to be true.
That's it?
That's it.
Just, okay, so Abby is against the cable rail on this one too. Nothing else, it sounds like. Jesse?
Same.
Same. Diane?
Me too.
Okay. John?
I had one question. How was it? Okay. The cable railing,
Mm-hmm.
it should be one or the other.
Shingled wall or baluster? Yeah, it sounds like that's the way this is going.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so John has made a motion to approve this, changing the cable rail deck to either balusters or parapet wall, depending on which way the main house goes. All those in favor of John's motion?
Aye.
Okay, and now we're on to the pool. And I know Abby's gonna have something to say about your fence.
No, I don't. I don't know why they keep popping up so often now. The
What,
big-
fences?
Yeah, lots of wooden fences, like even on Main Street and off Main Street.
Did you look at that one on Main and Vine?
I don't like it.
Well, you know, everybody's looked at that one. Were you here when he came in for those revisions, Marty McGowan?
Oh, yeah,
The rebaited, okay,
did he come back with the arborist?
I only saw it once. He had an arbor. He was gonna push the door back in.
Yeah.
I think that may have been
Yeah.
at your recommendation. So you could literally like go in there.
Did he bring it back or no? Not yet.
I haven't seen it a
I was
second
curious.
time. And
It'll
then,
help.
then there was that sliding door
Yeah.
thing that was also not gonna be in the same plane. That's gonna get pushed back. Okay, so, you
So
have
is
a
this-
pool, go ahead.
yeah.
Abby.
This fence is the only thing that keeps you from just looking down the
Yeah.
driveway and seeing the pool.
Yeah,
So that's not really hidden.
There's plenty of pools in there that
how
are
many pools where?
in Ellen's Way that have the
Are like
same,
that?
yeah, the similar situation.
Just a fence? A board fence?
Well, I mean, we can put vegetation there.
Well, I
Oh,
think
we'd
that's
have
what-
to do that.
That's what
Yeah.
Abby's
Oh,
getting
okay,
at.
yeah, sure.
Because
Whatever.
right now, you literally
I think you need to
don't
move
have
the
any
fence,
room
too.
between the fence and the driveway for any kind of vegetation, other than the leaf.
I think you want to move the fence to put the vegetation on the driveway side, so you're not looking at all that board.
Yeah, and I would do just more than privet. I would do a whole sort of landscaping of something with trees and sort of a mix.
You don't have a lot of room there. And he doesn't have a lot of room to keep the pool the same size
Well,
to move it to
you
the
know
back.
what? Like, that's not my problem.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you do have a little bit of room to move the pool back before the setback.
Yeah, right, it's centered, everything is centered and on this, that, and the other. I mean,
Hey, I'm gonna
Or you can
say
make it,
something that Stephen says a lot, which is, there's a protocol here that we normally follow, which is the board voices their comments and concerns, And instead of the applicant addressing each one individually, you sort of get the collective concerns, and then it's up to the applicant to respond, okay? So Abby has basically said she wants to see something in terms of vegetation in addition to the board fence to mitigate the impact of the board fence. Is that all you have to say about this application, or is there more?
Well, I'm stern about that.
Well, I know you're stern
Okay,
about it,
all right.
absolutely.
All right, that's all I
All
got.
kidding aside. Okay, how about you, Jesse?
Yeah, I'm with Abby. I think you need some vegetation. I would prefer the vegetation on the driveway side.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Yes, because when they cut that road in, they cleared out, they clear cutted it.
Oh.
So the stuff that's going back
Is small.
is small. And that is a public road. So you go up, you've got, sounding like Johnny, you've got a clear view of everything. And you've got, it's not bad weather there because of the way it's situated, so you could put some good plantings up there. And lead in the driveway, because the driveway will give you the most view. So, Brooke, this is the cabana here, I can't remember.
Guest house and garage.
It's a garage.
Is that the one that's, what, like 21 feet?
Yes, I think it was 21 feet.
Right. That's what I would suggest along with Abby.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. John?
It's just a solid wall. At the end of the fence.
No.
Oh, where?
Underneath the
My
porch.
question is, it's gonna be something so you can't get in there in the pool.
Well, yeah.
It's
Or,
not a-
or look through there and see the pool.
I'm sorry?
Or
You're
look
right, there's
through
no
there and
gate.
see the pool.
Right, but I don't know what the wall is. If this cedar board fence comes to a wall, then you can't get into the pool from this side because there's no gate.
That's correct. You'd have to go into the house to be able to get to the pool. But it's a good point, because if you're on the road and you're like looking through the porch,
Right.
you could, if there's nothing there, John, you'd be able to see the pool.
Yeah.
Well, we can run the gate to the house.
We're concerned about something that somebody else is gonna have a concern about. So we're concerned about the visual, but the building department is gonna be interested in having that fencing all the way around the pool, right? So you're gonna need to do something there. And so from our perspective, we want you to do something that's opaque so that you won't be able to see through it. So I too am in favor of the idea of vegetating in front of that 48-inch high board fence. I'm not worried about the back so much. I don't think that's going to be visible. But the front part, the part that faces the road, I would be in favor of pushing that fence back somehow so that we got, well, maybe you leave the fence where it is because of its relationship with the porch, et cetera, and the parking moves closer to the road. Something that would give you more area to be able to plant there. Okay?
Okay.
So do we want to just hold this for some revisions?
Absolutely.
If it's only one item, could we make it to staff, make sure that there's a solid.
Well, we
local
could. I
property
mean,
there?
you know, if somebody wants to make that motion, where there's vegetation, it sounds like the consensus view is vegetate between the driveway, the parking, and the fence,
Right.
and fill in the part on the porch with the 48-inch high
Yeah.
board fence so you can't see through there. And if somebody wants to make that motion, it's
You
fine.
see them from coming back.
Right.
So moved.
I agree. Okay.
Well, we should add the vision, You cannot see it for.
Yeah.
The in perpetuity
In perpetuity.
part? Okay. So
And-
John, we're gonna add a little bit to your motion to say that the pool will not be visible at the time of inspection or in perpetuity thereafter, okay? So all those in favor of John's motion? Aye.
I'm
Okay.
opposed.
You're opposed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I won't
Because
ask
I
why.
recently saw something up on Academy Hill we did a couple of years ago, which we screened it with arborvitae, and the deer came up.
And ate all the
Chewed it
arborvitae?
right up to the top.
Was
and
it
we
the
looked-
one where
Yes,
there's a
where we looked
sunken?
down. Yeah.
Oh my
She
God.
There's a
swore-
few.
she
There's a few
swore
out there.
That we
What?
would never see it.
How many
They- I- you can
times
see
have
pools
we
right
said
from the
don't
road.
put arborvitae because of
Vegetation.
deer?
Really? Because of the arborvitae?
We ended up with a lollipop.
Arborvitae, yeah, I would never put arborvitae for that reason.
It's
Yeah, well-
it's succulent for the deer.
Yeah, I mean, that's like.
And that didn't even have a board fence.
It's like
I'll actually
Thanksgiving.
represent this fence. You don't know anything about it.
No, I don't.
Yeah, and it's not mine, so. Hey, guys, I'm gonna represent this fence thing because.
Thank you.
I'll explain. All right. Lisa doesn't know anything about it, so.
I share with John.
Oh, well, listen, John, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them are basically one application. The first 5.
Okay.
Well, let's start with the right side up.
Okay.
Good, I was gonna go on the other side of the table.
So, Ray Pohl for the applicant. This is the Nantucket New School, which most of you probably know is out on Nobodere Farm Road. And they have a really large, by the way, the New School and Strong Wings, which is the building right next door, are all the same, all under the same umbrella. So they have this big piece of property there that's kind of their campus. And one thing, my involvement is I'm on the Buildings and Grounds Committee for the school. I'm on the Board of Trustees. And what they want to do is, in order to sort of give a kind of a visual sense to people that this is all one thing, because right now all you see is pine trees. It's just the big forest of pine trees. Is we would like to put up a fence. The fence is called, what do we call that fence, John?
Morgan.
No, it's called a Morgan fence apparently. And it's 3 rails with posts. And I guess this detail was used a lot way back on Nantucket. If you look at the really old photos of like sheep commons and so forth, this was a fence type called the Morgan fence. So, yeah, so you don't see them much anymore, but we figured this would be kind of something a little different than your type 2 fence. And I believe the paint color that we've requested is gray. So we don't want to make a big statement with it, but what we'd like to do is have it basically run the length of the property so that people know that this is the property. That's what
And that's
this
why
application.
there's 5 different
Yeah,
applications.
there's
and
5
lots.
applications really because there's 5 different lots, and so it's a continuous fence that goes from the driveway into the new school on one side to the driveway into the Strong Wings on the other side. That's it.
Is there vegetation on Nobodere Farm Road?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Very
Can you-
heavily. You
you
can't
want
even
bigger?
see, you can barely see the new school.
Hey, Lisa.
And you can barely see the new school, and you can't see Strong Wings at all unless you're like right in front of the driveway.
You mean that all these pine trees are gonna stay there?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's all
Are
staying.
you putting the fence where the
Yeah,
double
see where the
row?
split rail fence is?
Yeah.
Just pretend that that's the Morgan fence, and that's our application.
Out on the Popus Road, there's a whole section of the 3-rail fence.
Really?
Yeah. Out
Where?
250,
Oh, the.
Yeah, that's just regular 3-rail. Right?
that's what we just said.
Oh, no, this is,
Yeah, this is a more decorative.
Yeah, by
Right,
road
but at
alignments.
least,
It's a flat stock, not a split.
It's not split rail.
Yeah.
right? This
Oh.
is like a.
Four sides
Oh,
finished.
I've seen that too somewhere.
I only count 4 lots.
I don't know where.
One of them is really skinny, I
2,
think.
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The height of the
This is
posts
a
are
lot.
4 feet?
This is
or
one.
what?
This is one.
Right here.
1, 1, 1.
42
That
inches.
makes sense, it's lined. What is this line?
Then it goes like
42.
this.
42 inches
to the
is
top.
3.6.
Yeah.
The driveway is part of this lot, right?
Yeah, they're all in common ownership.
Okay.
I think it'll be a good thing to have. I think that the fence is fun, makes a difference, sets it apart from the running split rails. I think the kids will like it when they go in.
To have a sense of
It gives them
enclosure.
a place to be and maybe switch from the school to Strong Wings in the summertime. I think it'll be really good.
Thanks, Diane.
Any question?
Hmm?
Question. Do they have gates? There's no design of a gate.
No gates.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I certainly appreciate the throwback to the Morgan fence.
Yeah.
And I think that's cool to be able to bring it back, and, you know, maybe use it more on the island. But I'm curious on the cap detail and if that is part of if that's a historic significance too.
You know, I honestly don't know, and
Just do a double or something.
I mean, 'cause-
like, actually, I'm looking at that and thinking that that's probably a little too ornate.
Yeah, so I'm thinking more of just a kind of a square cap.
Yeah, and a square on top.
Yeah, or just
You know,
the coast.
you know how sometimes you put a little bevel
yeah.
on the top?
Yeah, maybe something like that.
Of just the post.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
then,
this is too exaggerated.
and then, you know, painting it also seems, you know, maybe it's standing out too much and might be not as much of a throwback as well. So I'm thinking that, you know, natural to weather would be nicer.
Okay.
And I think it's really going to make a. I mean, it's a very long run on Nobodere Farm Road, so it's certainly going to make a statement.
Mhm.
And I think it'll make a very nice statement, but I don't want it to be too showy.
Jesse, you have the photos, please?
They tried to make it look crisper though. I mean, that's why they want the paint color.
Thank you.
Can I go, Diane?
Yep,
I was just wondering on your entrance on the first, on the far left, why you don't bring them up to match, and you stopped it kind of short of,
No.
match up on either side? Is there a reason you stopped it short?
No, you know, you're suggesting to match.
Yeah, so
like
so
the
they
return
end
of-
at the
There's
same-
no reason that it can't go longer like that at all.
And as to Jesse's point, I'm just, I'm worried about the upkeep. I have to paint my fence. And I paint it almost every year. This is a long fence, and,
Kind of be, what do you think about just letting it be oiled or natural to weather? And
Yeah,
use
that's
just-
what Jesse's
suggesting.
yeah, and I think Jesse's right in that the even a gray will really draw a lot of interest to it.
I just think, you know, I think it'll look better. I mean, I think about, you know, what it's, you know, what this, you know, school stands for, and it's, you know, it's, I think it just kind of, it's, you know, a little more rustic.
It would have to be.
Strong wings, you know,
Yes.
I just think, you know, I think rustic, you know.
I get
But I think the upkeep is a really good point.
The upkeep,
financially.
yeah.
Because you remember the fence out at Jose Reyes's, the
Mhm.
white fence right there by the pond?
Mhm.
It looked like it was falling down dead
Yeah.
all the time because the paint.
Yeah, you'd probably have to maintain it.
Yeah, and I also like squaring off the tops instead of having them sort of, whatever that is.
And I think
We
that
were
would.
gonna do The caps.
Yeah.
And I think that'll be a real nice.
We're gonna do
So we're
something
going
like
to
that.
say, we want to
That's the point.
simplify the
John
cap.
would
Either that or square.
Oh, Johnny, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, okay, no. In relation to this, the only 3 or 4 real fence that I know of was approved by this commission was when they done the bike path and the going up the big hill on the Popus Road.
Yep,
They
yep.
had to, there's a pond there, and they had to fill it in.
That's right.
Through the road, so
I signed up.
that was one time in the 4th fence, but it has been some others years back when I was a kid.
What I just what I mean, there's an old willow tree there.
Yeah,
They're gonna cut down and everybody said, no, can't
That's
cut
right,
the
yeah.
tree down.
Good memory. In relation to this, as far as I'm concerned, it's, do they want to paint it or?
Well, the request was for painted, but Jesse brings up a good point, which is if it's painted and there's that much of it, it might be a little too much.
I don't think it's inappropriate there. You have 2 and 3 rail fences all over the island. It's just, it's a board fence and not a split rail ends on it. Case that, well, everybody's spoken, I'll make a motion to approve it.
I gotta
Steve
speak.
has to speak next.
You guys are like, I feel like Rodney Dangerfield when I come here. Yeah, I agree with Jesse's comment on the paint is an issue, and then the dressed post caps. The only thing I would add to comments is perhaps if I think there's significant, I'm very familiar with this area, there's significant vegetation, there's a backdrop. I'd just like to state for the record with respect to fences, what we've been typically saying is if you have a long run of fence that's exposed, at every 3rd or 4th section you would put plant material.
Okay. Yeah, I like
don't
that.
believe that that's required here because you have significant vegetation behind
Let's
us.
do it though.
But let me just say, can I respond to that?
One more comment.
Go.
I would suggest considering that at the residential portion of the lot, if it works with the program, maybe every 4th or 5th section, putting a rose bush there or something like that, that would be on the yard side so as not to impact the effect, but you'd still get a visual breakup. The applicant may speak.
So, what I didn't mention is, I think you all know Ben Shampoo. He's one of the other members of the Buildings and Grounds Committee, and his plan is to plant something in front of the fence that flowers. So it's not just going to be a fence running along through the wasteland. There's going to be some little flowering thing, Rosa rugosa or something like that, that's at the foundation of the fence.
Sounds good.
All right, so can we get a motion?
I made a motion to approve it with,
As submitted without the...
possible, passing on a suggestion of Steve, put something decorative there along with the fence, see what they can do.
But
natural
also
to weather.
Natural to weather.
With a beveled, not post cap.
Right.
Post.
Right?
Is that good?
All 5 of them.
Okay.
Done.
Aye.
Just take a vote?
Aye.
I did. I cast mine.
Yeah, can we,
thanks.
That would be for, John, your motion was for 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
All the way down to 28. Now we're doing 29 to 34 Cliff Road.
24 to 28.
Thank you, everyone.
29, Cliff Road, right.
34 plus.
Okay. Do we have a thing to read?
It's gonna look nice.
What time is that?
About 8:20, I think.
When you wearing your gloves?
Well, it was really cold in here. Like it was gonna snow.
It's warm enough.
She's gonna take someone out.
She's gonna whack and
I
go
feel like
cranky.
I'm in front of the Dawn or something.
Women in brown.
I've got some cotton boy.
You guys want to share?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll share.
Nadine?
I'm getting on her bike, taking me out, please.
Yeah.
I might.
Okay, I'll read the hashtag first, okay? It says, porch good addition, this is on the east elevation, 2nd floor deck, not within guidelines, should be pulled 4 feet to align with column below. South elevation is pull-in deck, 2nd floor by 2 feet.
Where's the comment?
There's one.
Yeah, but that's 4 feet. It must be this one.
Alrighty,
So could you read that again? We didn't get it.
on the east elevation, it says porch is a good addition, second floor deck, not within guidelines, should be pulled
Oh.
4 feet
Yeah.
to align with columns below.
There is no columns
There's
below.
no column. I think
they've got their south and their east reversed.
Exactly.
But they
You think
just put
that's
the,
what, the west elevation?
I think, no, I think that's the south.
South and east, they have.
Okay, and then south elevation, which they have, if that's south, and this is west, pull-in deck on the second floor by 2 feet.
Yeah, I think that's the east, so that it doesn't come so
Okay,
far out to the
so
edge.
this is.
But the 4 feet would make sense, the
South.
column below would make sense on the south.
Yeah.
And this is east, right? Okay, so that's what we got there.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not necessarily in agreement with that.
what would you
Well,
do?
they'd like
I think it finishes nicely when you finish at the edge of the gable.
2 weeks ago. Still hadn't gone.
If you put it on the column below it, it just kind of breaks it up.
I just don't like it.
Steve,
Boy,
are you
this is
ready to
different.
begin?
Yeah, are we gonna just do a little process here?
Sorry.
So we get through the evening?
We're going to do.
Who's first?
You.
Okay, great. So I would agree with HCHAB if they're talking about bringing the south elevation post in over the column. On the east elevation, bringing that in a couple of feet, the post in towards the building.
maybe 6 inches off the casing of the door.
Yeah, or a foot,
Okay,
I think.
I like a foot more.
Yeah, I think I think that's appropriate. And then, that was it? That's the only viewable side for the change?
That's the only change.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair.
Okay. Johnny, have you got something you would like to say?
No, not at this time.
Oh. Jess?
I don't mind the south elevation the way it is, and I think I agree with Steve on the east elevation.
I agree with Jesse.
Okay. So we're not moving the south elevation. We're not changing that, right?
I don't mind it.
I
Okay.
like it because it's symmetric. It's like on either side of the window, it's the same. Yeah, you've got the two posts on either side of the window and it,
What do we do with the deck on the east, second floor deck? Did you move it or leave it?
I agree with Steve.
pulling it in a little bit, like a
A
foot or
foot off the
two.
casing.
Yeah.
is what we
Yeah,
said.
it looks kind of conflicting, doesn't it?
Okay, so Johnny, do you have any opinion now?
No,
Comments?
he's,
Carter, hold your peace.
He's
No,
in
no
a,
comment.
Doesn't care.
No.
So to be clear, no change on the south, and on the east, pull it in, so it's
Yeah,
probably
and that's
off the
it.
casing.
yeah, a couple of feet. What are these?
We got a flyer.
okay, thank you, everybody that vote yes
Aye.
All in favor, yes.
and no opposed? No.
Elevation, second floor deck, pulled in 2 feet.
Yeah, about two.
1 foot plus, it gives a little,
Yeah, just take it off that corner board.
There's 3 of the Nobody Farm ones. I thought there was 5.
Right here, there's no one coming.
they're coming. I can only find them so fast.
Okay, no worries.
All right, the next one is, that was 34 Cliff Road, and that was approved. The next one is 3 Wires Way.
Yep.
You might want to put the street address on the other application. You can spread it out, I can help you, right?
Are we doing the demo moves first?
I don't have any, there's no HACCP or anything?
No, this is right outside their
Okay,
territory.
so this, do you want to give, do you want to?
Them demoing it.
So this is a lot that has a, 2 separate lots. One has the ranch house on it, the other one has a garage. And then there is a new application on one of the lots for a new dwelling and a garage. the lot that's closest to Wires Lane,
Okay, and
that the ranch house is currently occupied.
this is going to be the demo of
Yeah.
the building?
Demo or move.
And, just to ask you some things before the people give their opinion, how old is it? Do we know?
Well, it's a ranch, so let me see
Not
if I
that
can
old.
find out. It doesn't look that old.
67.
67?
50s.
No.
50s?
Mid-century modern.
60s. I'd give it 60. Can I go, Diane?
Yep.
I have no problem with it. Yeah, I don't have no problem with that or the garage, actually. You could go.
What, demo both of them? Are they,
Aren't they one?
No, they're on two separate, there's a separate
Oh.
garage, Jesse, that's on the next
Okay,
application.
I was
are
seeing,
they,
seeing a garage on the house.
movable? Do you think?
Well, I think for the expense involved in moving the building, I mean, it might be
There's not a whole
movable,
lot of-
I just don't know if it's worth
Yeah,
doing
there's
it.
not a whole lot of building.
Having
for
lived
that.
in the building for a few weeks.
Did you live in it? Yeah.
Yeah, we borrowed it because we had to redo our floors.
Oh. How was it?
That's cute.
Was it 1969-ish?
Oh, totally.
Did you make like
Kosinski built that back in the 50s.
Oreo cookie cream pie and sort of Jello and?
Motion to approve.
Jello molds.
Or Robin
Felt like it.
blue shower.
Yeah, well, we done the
Oh,
bathroom.
John made a motion to approve, Diane.
Which one is that? This one?
Move
All right, all in
demo.
favor of moving demo?
Aye.
Aye.
Place?
Same motion for the garage if you want.
Roger that.
Roger that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
The garage? Say aye.
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 Okay, and then, so, the next one is new dwelling. A new dwelling.
Oh. Why is that not a surprise?
That's it.
It's green.
We're missing a signature.
Yeah, sorry about that. I meant to come today. Should I
Colorful.
sign it? 318.
Something's wrong with the toner?
No, this is the new look. Sage.
You know,
Oh, it's hand drawn.
you have to pay extra money for this Brie.
Here's 34 Cliff Road, that's this one. Oh, God, this is nothing more. What is this, Wild Road? This is the demo of the house, right?
Oh, is that the demo?
No, this is one I had
Oh, got it, okay. Now you have the elevation.
hiding here.
Like my line weight, that's what I used to do. Actually,
Love
draw
the
by
old-
hand.
Yeah.
Hand drawing.
Yeah.
Craftsmanship here.
There you go, sir. Right. My pen's running out of ink.
So, the south elevation faces Wires Lane, which is the graveyard. You know where the graveyard is off of New Lane and on the corner of Wires. And then the west elevation faces the lot, I mean the side.
Okay, so, anybody ready to go first?
Can I see this?
I'll go.
How about you?
I'll go, Diane.
Oh, all right, Johnny, that would be great.
Yeah. I think my only comment would be the E-windows, if they're visible, and they should be
Non-operable.
fixed more or less, you know.
What it is, the E?
I think it's appropriate for the neighborhood because behind it, in the multiple photos, the last application, it's got a ranch-style house and it's, there's no definite definition for this house. Thank you. Oh, excuse me, skylights on the front should be in the back.
Skylights on the front.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see that.
Okay. Stephen, do you got any?
Just getting a look-see.
They should be on the back and on the top third of the roof. The skylight.
Yeah, I think we were thinking that because that was facing west, it was not an issue. Because it doesn't face a public way.
All right.
Also, the front door, excuse me.
Does that mean you want a front door or you?
No, it should be a standard six panel or that other wooden one they have. It's long now, blue type.
East.
Be more appropriate. Thank you.
Okay. Abby, how about you?
Yeah, so, I got a couple of things minor, but, so on the west elevation on the right-hand side, is there any way you can drop that, on the right-hand side, drop that a little bit, or?
The eave?
Yeah, the eave height. I know it's,
Pretty
This?
you know, this one, so that it's more secondary. It looks a little pinched on that side, like, I would like to see a bigger porch. And maybe it could come out a little bit more. Could you add a couple of feet on that right-hand side? Or do you pinch for space there? It looks like
Well,
you-
it's close to the setback, it's here.
She's on the setback
close
on
to
the
the
left-hand
setback.
Are
side.
you right on, do you have any feet at all?
Maybe a little bit. I mean, for the porch, not for the gable.
Yeah, I think the porch for sure could come out. It looks a little stingy on that. I'd like to see it come out a couple of feet. Have you thought about maybe a little window on the second floor? If you can't drop the eave, maybe give it a little something with a dormer in that roof, or is that, I don't know if that's possible.
Skylight's
Yeah.
gonna go to the other side.
Yeah, the skylight can't be on the front of the house anyway.
No.
So maybe a little shed dormer or a
Okay.
little doghouse, I don't know. It just looks, like everything else is in proportion, and then on that right-hand side, it just looks a little off to me.
Okay.
Thank you.
That was on the west, correct?
Yes,
Yes.
the far right, the porch and the.
Jess, what about you?
Yeah, I think Abby's comments are good ones. I think 5'6", if you got it, would be the nice number for the porch. And I think a shed dormer could be a nice replacement instead of the skylight. And overall, it's a very nice design. The one E window on the north elevation is kind of tucked up against the corner board. I'm not sure if that's an interior layout that's affecting that. But if there's any way to move it a little to the left to line up with the B above it.
Yeah. I'm just looking at that.
I don't know, I mean, honestly, I don't even know how visible that is, but very nice
Yeah,
design.
It's probably not that important, frankly, where it is.
All right,
Thank
Stephen,
you.
you're next.
So agree with the comments so far. On the east elevation and the west elevation, I just point out the shed roof addition. Those windows seem just very out of proportion with respect to the rest of this demonstration.
I think that we just added a light to the
Yeah.
same proportion, but they just went to 4/1s. I mean, sorry, 8/1s. You'd rather see just a 6/1?
I'm not certain.
Okay.
It's-
Is that a porch?
The way that it's reading, though,
Sunroom.
is that it's, I don't know, they just look very squat.
Could you bring them up a foot?
I don't
Could
know.
they be the same as the A's?
They're the same height as the A's, aren't they?
No, they're not. They don't have a
little-
cap on them either.
They're a little shorter, both top
They're
and bottom.
shorter, they're wider, it just looks a little different, so I'm pointing it out as opposed to redesigning it for you, because I know how good you are. And then with respect to the north elevation, I would just comment, we're not gonna see it, so I'm not as concerned, but obviously if you're making fenestration changes on that side, that will translate across.
It is the same height window. I think they're just reading squatter. According to the window schedule, they're both 5'9".
Well, that
No, it's at least.
slightly,
It's at least 9 inches shorter.
Really?
just it is a tiny bit. If
So,
you-
well, our window schedule then is incorrect.
Yeah, maybe
Well,
they
maybe
threw
you
it
check
down.
that out.
Okay. Oh, I see the head. Yeah,
Yeah.
I got it.
I would
Okay.
like to see a front door that has the 2 panels at the bottom, 2 panels up thing, and then 4 lights across the top, do you think?
2 panels, so it's, okay. I think
What do you
I'm-
think of that? I think it's a very attractive doorway, and I'd just like to see some thing in it.
One other comment when you're done.
No, that's fine, you go ahead.
So Lisa, I'm just throwing it out there as a consideration when you're doing the redo, is with your 12 light front door, if you were to incorporate something like a 9 light window, slightly thinner, I mean, I think there's room to play with that and the era of the arbor and the 12 light front door, and kind of get some play in the fenestration on the
sunroom.
The sunroom we were just talking about. So it doesn't necessarily have to be exactly the same as the fenestration on the rest of the house. It reads like something that was built at a different time.
It reads like a porch, which is.
Just a suggestion.
Motion to hold for revisions?
Okay, Johnny.
Johnny, are you gonna vote on that? You gonna vote on this one?
Motion to hold.
For revisions?
Yes.
Okay, good, because she's gonna want you on this.
Okay, 8 o'clock, we'll go look at it.
Okay, so
I won't be up by 8.
we have a vote for holding for revisions,
We do.
and the next one
Should we
is,
just
do
hold the garage, Ray?
Neil Hill.
I'll just hold the garage since we have to come back.
you want it to?
We'll hold it.
Okay.
Hey, that's mine.
Motion
That's
to
my pen.
have the garage
Track.
track.
Yeah.
All those in favor of having the
I'm
garage
voting.
track
I'm
with
feeling like
the
I'm at my ZBA hearing.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So you went from ZBA to here, huh?
That's all
That's a
there.
busy night.
So the next one is 9 Hallowell Lane.
What about
Oh, we're gonna
the
hold the
garage?
garage.
Oh, we are, okay.
Yeah, since we've seen
I
the
told
house
you
again.
twice we're holding the garage.
I know, I missed it, because John was fooling around with.
Okay, so now we want to do as much as we can so we don't have to come up. 9 Hallowell
This will be
Lane,
very quick.
revision. Would you like to tell us what revision?
So, on the front of the house, we're just adding shutters on that dormer, which I believe the house had. I don't have pictures of it. But on the second floor, there's a dormer that had the half-round window, and we're just adding shutters to that door.
It's very attractive.
And then on the west, it was just some minor fenestration changes, going to shorter windows in the laundry room, splitting the windows in the bedroom. And then I think there's a little half-round window, or a round window, but you can't see it because it's down this narrow. If you look at the site plan, it's quite narrow.
That's on the west elevation, right?
Yeah. And it's narrow to the next house. On the water, we're making some railing changes. That does not need to meet the code, that railing right there, and it's just hiding some skylights. So we were gonna open that up a little bit more, and we just shifted the windows on the far right side so that they work with the layout of the room. They used to be centered.
So you're going to have that fence with the crossbucks up there, and that's within all the stuff you get stuck with.
Yeah, and then we have that on the side as well, the crossbucks.
Right.
Can I start so we get moving?
Please.
So, Lisa, everything, I don't see any issues of appropriateness, except for I have some concern about that rail at the, facing the water and those skylights becoming so visible. I don't know if you can add another vertical horizontal to your X.
Another vertical horizontal, I don't know what that means.
So if you're looking at your design.
You mean just
Yeah.
add another one, here, let me come.
Why can't you do 2 spider webs in a row?
So if you add a vertical and a horizontal to your web,
Like one like this.
I'm just thinking something to break up.
In the middle, Steve?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
One
what I
more on the
thought, too.
top and bottom.
Right here in the middle, break it up with another post.
So
here.
another rectangle around the
Yeah.
cross.
Okay.
That's seems.
What about, you want to add anything? Abby?
I agree with Steve. I think breaking up that spider web one more time, and maybe having 2 spider webs on either side would be, and it would also disguise the skylights better.
Okay, and Jeff?
Sorry, no concerns.
Okay, do you want to have it
Do you want the
whole
spider
for
web all the way
addition
across, Abby? You're saying to not have the railings on the sides? You're saying add 2 more spider webs? Or you're just saying make 2 right in the middle?
See, you're railing here, maybe put a railing here, and then you've got
2 spider webs smaller.
spider web there.
Yeah, and then we'll just do this, whatever proportion we do here will match on the other side.
Do you
On
want
the
to
east.
approve the staff, or do you want to see it?
I don't ever want to see it again.
I won't take it personally.
Can we just, I think it'd be easier if we did Exhibit A. Can we just mark one?
Yeah.
As opposed to trying to write that down.
You want to mark it?
Yeah, although I'm not sure what.
Collins?
I'm not quite
Okay.
sure what we're gonna do yet, though.
Oh,
You
do you
wanna
want to
pick-
bring it back?
Yeah, why don't I?
Okay, so
It should be
motion to
easy.
hold for minor revision.
Okay.
All those in favor? Okay.
Speed it along for you guys.
Thank you. The next
Thank you,
one
Lisa.
Thank you.
is Willard Street. Oh, no, that's Wingworks.
Yeah, that's it. Willard.
Willard.
Hey, is there somebody here for? There you go. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Thank you. Welcome.
Okay. HSAP, 12-inch retaining wall plus 84-inch green fence. You'll tell us what that means. Continue with 5 and 1 instead. Concerns about heights. Okay, so why don't you just walk us through? what you
Sure,
do?
on the,
Now, the name for the record?
on the left
Your
side
name-
of the
your-
drawing.
Sorry, your name for the record.
Oh, Tidal Henry, Tidal,
What is that again?
Tidal, Tidal.
Like the, boat harbor comes in?
Yeah, like the wave.
All right, that's a good one.
Like the wave, not like the book. Okay, so on the left side of the drawing, the green fence, we're just explaining that as a fence that's going to have vines on one side and then large fastigiate trees on the other side. To the left of the property is the White Elephant staff parking. I believe I made a note of that on the drawing.
see
So
it,
the client was just interested in having more mass over there because of the noise and the commotion of the cars coming and going.
Do we know the architecture style of the house?
It's a brand new build, so architecture style, I'm not 100% certain on that.
I just asked with respect to some of the fencing.
The 5-in-1 fence on the right side of the drawing, half of it is existing, and then to replace in kind and then running the length of the fence all the way back to the back of the property line. But the green fence, as we call it, at 7 feet, it was just a board fence again to kind of mitigate some of the disturbance going on next door with the coming and going of the hotel staff.
What are your trees there?
We don't
What
usually
is-
let.
Those are,
Fastigiate oaks, English oaks.
Fast.
Columnar oaks.
So titled, this is the area of the 5 and 1 here.
Yeah, the 5 and 1 starts on Willard Street, on the right side, yes.
Okay.
On Willard Street, and then runs all the way back the right side of the property. And then on the left side, that being, I don't know, the east and west is kind of screwy here, but that would be the board fence on the left side.
The so-called green fence.
The so-called green fence.
By the parking lot.
The 7-foot tall fence.
When you, okay, when you say the 5 and 1 runs around the property, where, I just see it here.
No, it is just on the left side.
Just here.
On the right side.
So right, okay.
Yeah, from the front of the property. This is
are,
existing, and then that would be a new
deciduous trees
section.
that hold your
A
leaves.
couple sections there.
Thank you.
Replaced
Like
and
they'll
dropped.
drop a few, and then when the buds come out, they'll push out the dead leaves.
That's the oak, that's the oak tree.
I love
right?
those oak trees.
Yeah, they're nice.
Yeah.
So,
That's because the Indian saved his wife's life by.
can I jump in to
tree.
get rolling?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, I have no concerns with respect to the 5 and 1 in the upper right corner. It's an extension of existing fence underneath the trees. With respect to the kind of living fence that really isn't, that'd be more like lattice with climbing hydrangea on it. But this green fence, I'm thinking 6 feet is a max.
Sure.
It is gonna be highly shrouded in plant material, so I'm not concerned with respect to the height.
6 feet.
You're
At
not
6.
concerned
At 6.
at 6.
At 7,
You're concerned.
yeah.
And
I,
HSAP shares that concern.
Me too.
Diane?
I also think that 7 feet is way too high to be there. And, the planting that goes along Willard Street,
Yes.
8 to 10 heavy, what? Is that a closed fence or?
No, it's not, that's just a privet. I mean, just a hedge.
It's a privet hedge, yes, 8 to 10 foot heavy, meaning they're 8 to 10 feet tall and pretty good specimens.
Yeah, okay.
But to be clear,
Yes.
there ain't no fence there, right? It's-
There's no fence along the front, no, it's
Correct.
just privet.
The greenery that goes along the porch in the front of the house, that's just planting like hydrangeas. and stuff like
Hydrangeas
that.
and
Okay.
whatnot.
So,
Okay, Jesse?
Sure, yeah, I think, 6 feet will do all the screening you need. That last foot is not needed.
Okay.
And then on the 5 and 1, what's on the opposite side of the White Elephant employee parking? Is that just is that a shed, a house, or?
On the right side of the property,
Yeah.
I believe it's just another house.
Yeah.
I might want to see that first section. Well, you're already coming off with an apron.
The first bottom third, I would say, is there now, and the idea is just to replace that.
Oh, so the
in
first
kind.
bottom, so the closest to the road's already there.
Well, it's there. It's
Falling apart. Okay,
yeah,
never
so
mind then.
The
Yeah,
idea is
I'm
to just replace in kind the whole length of the property line.
I'm fine with it, with changing it to 6 feet.
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay,
me too.
thanks. All right, sounds like we're unanimous on this one. Everything's good on this plan. We simply want to change the board fence, the so-called green fence on the, what are we calling that? The east side, south side?
Hard to tell. Southeast, yes. Well, east side.
Let's just make this really clear. We'll call it the White Elephant parking side. The fence will only be 6 feet tall. Can somebody make that motion?
I'll make
One other thing, if
Oh,
you're gonna
sorry.
replace, may I?
Yeah.
If you're gonna replace the fence, I see you drew up the boarded lattice with 5 and 1. Go ahead and make that vertical horizontal.
Not a problem.
As opposed to diagonal?
Yeah.
Okay. Diane, can you add that to your motion?
I do, I just wrote it down.
All right, so the motion that Diane has made is to drop the so-called green fence to 6 feet, and for the lattice on the 5 and 1 to go to orthogonal as opposed to diagonal. All those in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
And then I've given you exhibit A, so you have to write that up. This is ready to-
Okay.
This next one's my last one.
Okay, well, we're sort of running down now. Hey, so are we to hold Val stuff?
Val.
No one in this room.
Val's here for 10 and a half cherry.
We actually have Thornhill still.
Wait, what?
We have the next one, 4.0. Thornwall Design.
So it's
Oh, I thought we pulled that one. I'm so sorry, Carrie. My pen is getting ahead of me.
so
I
let's-
crossed you out before we even reviewed it. All right.
I'm gonna change.
Make it easy for us, please.
I'm gonna wait for those girls because they're my friends.
Right.
But after that, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, we're after that, we're done.
Yeah, after that, it's like,
Chopped liver.
yeah, everybody should go home then. Okay. You know, I think it
New
finally got warm
garage.
in here. What? Yeah, but it says like 85 degrees.
It takes a little while to get caught up.
I always feel cold in this room too, Abby.
They turn it down, so we leave early.
Okay, so Carrie, you're looking for
So-
a new guest house? Is that what?
No, it's a new, wait, I have to read what it's called. Contractor shops. There's
garage
it's two garages on the bottom, so 4 garage bays, and 2 apartments above it. And it will be built modularly on the top floor. This is a property that encompasses.
the Muse right here?
That's the Muse.
Okay.
The property encompasses another building that I have photos of, except now I don't have
When you
them.
say encompasses, do you mean?
Well, the
Oh,
property
building on
has
the
a
property.
long, low
There's
building.
this one.
Yes, that one exists, but,
So-
here they are.
You're stuffing that one in there.
You're just adding another
6
building.
foot.
We're
It's a
adding
6-foot fence.
another building.
It's 6
Oh,
foot.
yeah.
And the planning board has given the permission for these types of,
He's got a 6 foot on one side of the
Commercial
road.
building.
And it's on exhibit A.
yeah,
Yeah, so I
it's,
just didn't, I want to make a change.
it's considered, there are 4 dwellings total.
Whoa.
These are considered contractor shops, and one of them, for the planning board, needs to be inclusionary, which means the person who owns the business that these garage bays are keeping trucks or whatever,
Yeah.
will live above, or his employees will live above. But basically, they're small apartments that somebody could rent and keep their business trucks in the bottom, in the garage.
That is tight.
It is tight. We've designed it so the front of the property has the wider separation between buildings to actually get into those garage bays, and then the garage bays of the other unit are accessed from the rear.
Hey,
So,
which one faces Surfside Road?
the one with
West
the
or east?
windows. That,
Okay.
yeah, that one, just the
All right.
windows.
Yeah.
Is this the one that used to be the band house, of the employee house?
No, that's on the
Um,
opposite side. That's
no.
off of Bacchus.
It's right next to the Muse, isn't it?
Yeah, the
With
Bacchus
those
side.
2 buildings that I.
This is on, yeah, this is on the right side, as you're looking at
Yeah,
the
I don't
views,
wanna
this is
know.
to the right side.
Yeah,
So I
where
don't.
they were gonna make a restaurant and
Yeah,
an
this was-
office.
Oh, maybe in the little building next door.
Yeah.
That was
This one,
approved for
do you want to
restaurants.
show that to Diane? That's
Yeah.
on the same
Here.
property.
Is that staying? That little
Yes, it
building?
is.
Okay.
So, just to jump in,
Jump in.
It's just, I get it, I totally appreciate the intent, but I think with respect to massing, this is just way too big
For that
for that lot.
area.
That's my
This is
comment
not-
with respect to.
This is Manny Dyer's son's place.
What?
With it, you know, just having that second story gable facing the street, close to the street, more proud to the street than the existing small structure. And the setting is that that small structure has been there for umpteen years. And then the Muse is a 1.5 story tall structure immediately adjacent. So I don't mean to be a wet towel, but it's just, this is gonna set the discussion for that area for the next 30 or 40 years.
Yep.
So,
Thanks, Stephen. Diane?
I agree with what you said. The Muse is there, and then there's the buildings that used to belong to the Muse. Then you've got Manny Dias and his family, and
Right.
those are all one-story
Yes.
houses, and then they get up further, and it's really, I don't think it's a place to start commercial development right there.
Well, this is a commercial district.
I know that. But
Across
that
the
doesn't
street,
always
there's
mean-
more two-story buildings.
Yeah, it
Across
doesn't
the
always
street,
mean
but
it should
this
be done.
does have
That's a-
one story.
That's a powerful, big building. I mean, if you're gonna have that, it should be down closer to the school than at the Muse. I think.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, it's tight, it's big, but I understand the need for housing and shops more than most people. And, you know, I feel like this is a proper area for commercial as well. Although this house is, you know, it's kind of iconic to me for some reason. I don't know why, you know.
The red roof.
You know, and so it
Yeah.
does take away from
Great
it,
house.
that yard that was there. I'd like to see it maybe toned down a little bit. I'm thinking that back half, if that was to just come away from the existing building a little bit, where the stoop is, bring it closer to the setback that way. And also, the front of a house, make it look more like a front of a house. Maybe put a door with a shed gable or something there to make it look more like a front of a house.
Okay.
That's my thoughts.
Thank you. Abby?
I agree with what's been said, and I don't know if anybody else is interested in a view, but I think in general, reduction in height and reduction in length. But I don't want to overpower that little building, and in my mind's eye, I'm thinking of the Muse, and that doesn't have a lot of height either, so.
No.
It's only one story high, the Muse.
Yeah, I think, I'd like to drive by and imagine this scale, but, I agree with what's been said.
I wonder if I'm able to reduce the front mass.
That's exactly what I was going to
Little in
say.
the front will make a
Would
big
we
difference.
be able to
So,
sort of have a sizable rear? It is a difficult.
I think that that's a
use
really good
and
way of looking at
massing
this,
it.
because, you know, it's all about what faces Surfside Road. And if you have a much smaller scaled west elevation, and, you know, right now it lacks a sense of entry, I don't think the windows are really well proportioned, they're very squat. But if that was all brought down, that front piece, to a story and a half or something, then it's gonna mask over any of the big stuff that's happening behind it.
Because
And
it does get sort of funneled back,
Right.
so.
So I think that if this is going to be successful at all, but if I haven't said it already, I completely agree with everything that all of my other board members have said. So I think one way that you can slice this is by really working on the front, the way that it greets you on Surfside Road, the way that it visually relates to the Muse on one side and to the little cute one-story building on the piece of property next to it. You know, that will determine the success or failure of this. So,
Could I ask
yeah.
a question? Or maybe you could, the driveway, it comes into the front of the building, and way here in the back seems to be cars parked, but it doesn't say. Is the driveway gonna run along the side of?
It's between the two buildings.
Yep, it's 12 feet as its narrowest point. No, that's not true. It's
11.6,
11.8,
My eyes are-
and the driveway itself, I think would probably be only 10 feet. I think it's drawn a little
If they
far
got
from that
the-
house, but it's a really tight
Tight
way
well,
in, so the,
that's their problem.
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's a real consideration.
Yeah, no, we've had a surveyor lay it all out for us to make sure it works on the property, and so.
I'll make a motion to hold for revisions, and I'm gonna do a drive-by by myself, just to check it out and remind myself what.
You know where Manny Dias is.
No, I know, I just wanna
Give me a
imagine.
call,
Yeah,
stop
it's
in the Muse for
unfortunate,
a
they're all
pop.
one-story
I'll have
houses.
some beers and a slice.
Maybe some
Okay.
Keno.
So Abby's made a motion to hold for revisions. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Gracias.
Yeah, thanks. And we're holding, oh no, I was gonna say we're holding all vowels, which is not true. So which one are you?
Let's
10 and a
hold the
half
6
Cherry.
Hiawassee.
Okay, so, right. So there's a motion to hold 6 Hiawassee for rep. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. And now your turn. 10 and a half Cherry.
Welcome.
Jesse Brescher.
Hi,
Subbing
Jesse.
for Val. I'm representing Dr. Carter for the planning board
Oh.
in 2 weeks. So I'm here to
Oh.
take comments and answer questions and see what I can do. But
Okay.
Excuse me,
certainly
I
not going to be
completely missed your name.
Jesse Brescher. Not going to be redesigning the building. I'll leave that to Val.
Is that with an IEFN?
It is.
Thank you.
She's good.
Okay.
Yes, here.
Here are HSAB. Yeah, it's like every color of the rainbow. All it's so.
Motion to approve.
Here is HSAB comments. North elevation dormers too big, should be single window craftsman style doors not appropriate. South elevation lower gable eave height of lower the eave height of the gable, I believe is what they were trying to say. Other, all windows should be 6/6. All right. HSAB. Okay. New dwelling.
This is in the way back, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
But if you
so-
remember, we could see it as you go down Cherry Street.
You'll see the front, totally.
This is the one that had problems with its foundation.
Yeah, there's an existing dwelling and the approval, there's been a demo approval. Part of the issue is what we're trying to do, the existing dwelling doesn't comply with setbacks. So the idea is if we demo the existing, we can create a new dwelling that actually complies with setbacks. That's the impetus behind a lot of this.
It's been going on for quite some time, getting poor little thing.
Does anybody care to begin the discussion?
Right.
I will make a comment.
Okay.
My only concern, and I want to view, it just so many of these structures here are like almost like super simplified Cape-style cottages, and then there are those that aren't, that read so dramatically different in that area. And this particular frontage could be made that way, I think, relatively easy. And again, not designing it here tonight, but it reads more as like a kind of a typical Nantucket / suburban Cape, as opposed to what proportionally I think would be more appropriate in that area. However, I do want to drive by and take another look, because I'm thinking that all of those comments may be true, or they are true. However, its distance from the street is going to be a mitigating factor. So I am going to drive by and take a look at it.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
I think the little house is good. I know she's worked not on the Val, but other have worked on it a lot. I would like to see, I don't know what is in that east elevation, right-hand side, where the two windows are together. I think that facade would look better separating those two windows a little bit. And perhaps making them larger. I don't know why the windows are small. I would like to see them bigger and separate. I would like, I don't like the pediment over the front door. I think it makes it a design that isn't. I would like just to see a simple front door. I think it would look better on the house. That's just my,
Diane, just to be clear on that?
Yeah.
So you're sort of suggesting just removing that porch piece entirely, right?
yeah.
Okay.
or make it a straight roof so you don't see it, but I think that's heavy with the
Okay.
2 dormers and the mild windows and the rest of the stuff. And the rest of the house is very simple. So that's why I was thinking that.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. What about you, Jesse?
Yeah, you know, I think Steve makes a good point. It's, you know, there's nothing really wrong with the design other than it's just fairly, you know, I don't want to use vanilla, but I just did. But other than that, I think
I didn't say vanilla. Sorry, I want to interrupt.
You
hear that?
You didn't say chocolate, though.
Yeah, so sorry. Sorry, Val. Sorry, Val. But I think the HDAP comments on the 6/6 will make it feel a little more colonial. And also that pitch on the left side of the front north elevation. You know, if that was to drop to more of a 4 or 5.
Yeah.
I think that would certainly help. And you know, again, making things a little bit more out of pop. You know, maybe you could do it with some color if there's a fun color for the door, or not going with white or something. I don't know.
It's a cute little area right there.
But I mean, it's a well-designed house. The top dormers, they do the fenestration does seem a little over fenestrated, but I really wouldn't know how to address that. I don't think it's a single window though. I'm happy to see it with
Maybe pull them apart just a little bit too. I didn't.
That's it.
Thanks.
I agree with HSAB that the dormers are too heavy. I would like to see all the fenestrations, all the windows get a little bit wider. They seem a little vertical to me for a cute cottage like this. So I would say that they would go 1 dimension wider, and in the dormers come down from their height, you know, 1 size down, whatever window that is. And I'm not sure about all of these doghouse dormers and the one over the door. So I don't know whether those should become shed dormers or whether that should be I don't mind the columns on either side of the front door, but I agree with Diane that the pediment over there is a bit much. The pediment over the front door. And I agree with Jesse about that's a pretty steep shed roof on the far left. And other than that, all the proportions seem to be, well, I agree with Diane about the east elevation and separating those 2 small windows.
I think it's the kitchen sink.
Okay.
When I checked.
Yeah,
sure
so
that
in that case, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Wow, so I agree with a lot of what everyone else has already said. So just to reiterate, dormers on the front, too large. The suggestion of going with shed dormers, I think, is a good one. This HSAB suggestion going with single windows, perhaps, if they wanted to stick with gable dormers, also a good suggestion. I agree with Diane that the pediment front door entrance piece is too formal. It should be either removed or made more cottagey. I agree that the roof pitch on the subordinate mass on the left-hand side of the front elevation should be reduced in pitch. Yeah, so basically I think everything that was said I agree with, and I just emphasize those things. What is that Wyeth blue? Is that the front door?
Is that the front door? Or the shutters?
No idea.
Okay, well, you know, there's no shutters, so I'm imagining it's right, you know.
Okay.
Oh, and speaking of doors, you have 2 doors. You have the front door and you have the side door, which are rendered as the same kind of door. And neither one of them is exactly a cottage door. They refer to, cottage door, they're objecting to it. If it were a real cottage door with less panes in the front, I would be in favor of it. But I would also be in favor of not using the same door for the side entrance, do something a little different to distinguish it. So that's it. Okay.
Motion to hold for revisions?
All right, all those in
Beat ya.
favor of Abby's motion. Come on, you two. All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now, do we want to hear the studio? Want to give it a quick go?
Yeah, we're here.
And I'll give everybody. Oops, sorry,
Thank
Diane.
you.
Hey, Hedman. Mr. Hedman. Are we meeting on Thursday?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, Paul,
Just call me Paul.
are we meeting?
Hey, Paul.
Hey, yo.
Are we meeting on Thursday?
Yes.
Yes.
Window too close to door on the north elevation. That was it. That's pretty simple.
It's adorable.
I mean, that's just.
Anybody?
I agree with that.
What was the HF comment?
Just that the window was too close to the door on the front elevation.
Yeah, and I'd put a cap on it.
Okay.
Like the front door?
All right. Well, and you're in favor of moving it further away from
Yeah, oh, and, yeah, sorry, I thought and.
All right.
Put a lid on it.
Put a cap on it.
Hey, take it easy.
Was that it, Stephen?
Grumpy.
Is that it for you?
Yes.
Okay, anyone else?
I agree with him,
Yep.
or whoever said it first.
HSAB first and then Stephen elaborated. Yeah, and Val, I don't know about her computer program or whatever, but she's always rendering the 15 light French doors with like really wide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it never actually gets built that way, so.
I almost look at them now and I don't even think of them the way they look.
I know.
look
Yeah,
at them
because we're so
the way
used to
that we
seeing.
Hard to
would build
comment.
it. Yeah.
Right.
So Thursday, yeah?
Okay, so was that it? I mean, literally, so.
That's it.
It's all business next week.
Okay, so it sounds like if she could just make a very minor revision on that one, she's good to go.
Okay.
Can somebody make a motion?
A
for me?
motion to, what are we doing?
Hold for a very minor revision. She
Hold
needs
for
to figure
very
out what to
minor
do with the window and the
revisions.
door on the front elevation. Okay, all those in favor of Abby's motion for a very minor revision?
Aye.
Aye. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so guys, we'll meet on Thursday, whoever can make
Who's
it.
Girl Scout cookies?
Listen,
And,
I'll try, but I
Need a
can't.
motion to hold the rest?
Yeah, okay, can I
I
have a
would
motion?
like motion to hold 18,
my
number 40 through
goodness.
47.
Yeah.
And before we go.
40 through 47 all get carried over to Thursday. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Aye.
And before we go, what?
I just wanted to make sure that we discuss the Main Street, et cetera, streets downtown on the thing, and those,
Oh, that's
our
right.
notes get there.
Kevin was here earlier, right?
Yes, he
Seems
was.
like that was days ago.
No,
You were here for Kevin.
I know, it just feels like it was days
It
ago.
was days ago.
Motion to approve the minutes on what date?
March 12th.
March 12th.
Okay.
Did we get the 14th and the 19th? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Here, we'll just take this vote. All those in favor of Abby's motion to approve?
Yeah, but you should have gotten the 19th.
Don't go for just 1 second.
Okay, there's a motion on the table to approve the minutes of March 12th. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, yeah, sure, give it to me.
I'm gonna
So I
abstain.
had like an entire.
Did I read them?
Yeah,
Did I give you edits?
yeah.
Okay, I'll vote in favor.
Okay,
Sorry, the
so
dates are.
Diane, you want to make sure that the Upper Main Street thing is being discussed on Thursday, is that?
Yes.
Well, it's
Or
on,
Thursday, you want it Thursday or Tuesday? I don't care.
Thursday.
well, you know,
Thursday.
look, the part of the reason that a lot of these things have been on this list for so damn long
Yeah,
is because we tend to have long meetings.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm dying
and
here.
we, okay, so, John,
We're doing Thursday.
can you prognosticate about what our agenda, how it looks for next Tuesday? The old business, or is it too early to tell?
Let's see what you approved tonight.
Yeah.
We approved a fair amount, we also, and we must have carryover old business
Why
from
can't we do
before.
Main Street on Thursday.
We can.
Why can't we do what?
Main Street on
Talk about Main Street on
Thursday.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's gonna take some, time.
It's hard to kind of guess at this point.
Well,
I mean, not
I'm not sure.
as long as this agenda,
Well.
obviously, but,
I think I will call Hillary.
Have her come.
Rayport.
I never remember her last name.
Hillary Hodges Rayport, I believe.
Yeah, and because she is so adamant about it that I think it would be polite to say that we're having a meeting and would she like to come? Just
Yeah.
have to.
No, she doesn't live here. She lives in Boston, so whether she
Oh,
can
that's
make
probably
it.
why Kevin read her statement.
Yeah. I mean, she can get down here,
Sure.
Oh,
but,
she was here for the last one.
right, she knew that was a big deal.
I will announce just, I don't know if Diane was aware, but the whole meeting from last Thursday.
It's
last
taped.
Thursday night was videotaped, so.
No, I didn't, I couldn't get here because everybody was away.
If you wanna email me or something, I can email you the link.
All right.
So you can
Everyone's
watch
so
the video.
tired.
Yeah, well,
The notes that were taken that,
Oh, from the previous.
from the
I
previous.
had like-
Cookies are on the ground.
I don't have any.
I had like
kids.
6 of them.
Hey, there, Stephen,
how much
just
is
tell me what they.
Motion to adjourn.
Aye.
Downstairs?
Aye.